hockey revolution is a game changer in moving our sport at the international level from a participatory sport to a spectator sport. And we see that
I want hockey to be truly global. will improve the communication and also will support hockey in other countries.
The chances the home and away league
We see that as a step change in the 3 A's.
Good morning. Welcome. Is everybody comfortable? Everybody breakfast? Oh, there's photographs going on. We'll let that photograph go on, then I'm in the back of it. Hello, welcome to the 45th Congress here in Dubai. I hope you're well. I am your host. My name is Chris Hollins. I ought to introduce myself. I am a journalist, sports journalist from the UK. Been involved in sport for 20 years, which means obviously that I've covered a lot of sport. I've been to, 3 or 4 Football World Cups, 3 or 4 European Championships football, 3 or 4 Rugby World Cups, Olympic Games, Open Championships, other majors, tennis championships. And until last summer, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, I had never covered a hockey match. Never covered a hockey match. And that actually really disappointed me, because I am a hockey fan, and believe it or not, when I had one chin, I was a hockey player. When there was offside and obstruction, I don't know why you changed those rules. That was the only way I could get away with being a very unskillful player. And I loved the game, and I could never understand why it didn't work on television, and why I couldn't say to my friends or show my friends what a great game hockey was. And then came along the Champions Trophy last summer in London. And I was very fortunate with BT Sport to be asked to host it. And I thought, well, this is an opportunity. I wonder if anybody else will appreciate it. And a great test was the fact that, as you know, TV presenters have these little earpieces, and you can hear exactly what's happening in the gallery, what's happening with all your work colleagues that are speaking and having to direct games. And within 3 minutes of the opening match, now, bearing in mind that this production team, all they do is football, 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 and more football. And they never played hockey, they'd never seen a game of hockey, and within 3 minutes of the opening game, they were screaming at the screen. Why is that not a penalty corner? Why is that player not passing? Why have they not taken the goalkeeper off and provided another player? Why have they got only 2 minutes? Why are they messing around with it, getting into the penalty area? You could appreciate suddenly that this product was going to work. Then suddenly we got the viewing figures around the world, and suddenly BT saying, actually, we've got something quite special. And I agree. And that's why I'm here. I want to be part of this hockey revolution. I want to be part of this developing game. And I hope over the next 2 days that we're going to be able to make sure that we take this game forward. So thank you very much for giving me the honour of being here today. We've got plenty to get through. This is the agenda. It does look frightening, and I think probably the only 2 things you see is coffee and lunch, right? But my job is really to keep this all flowing very quickly, to make sure we stay on time, and to make sure, above all, that you feel involved in this whole process. Because obviously you are key. We've got lots of information to give to you, and hopefully, it does say down here, make sure it's exciting and fast. So I will make sure that I do that. We do want to hear from you throughout this process. So I know at various points of today there will be pieces of paper on your desk if you want to ask any questions, but I'll make sure that that is very clear, and I'll make sure that you do get your questions to the most important people in the FIH. Bit of housekeeping. Please, at this stage, find your mobile phone and switch it off. Thank you very much. Also over there we do have translations, English on channel 1, French on channel 2, Russian on channel 3, and Spanish on channel 4. You may have also spotted a few cameras in the room. They'll be flying around for much of the 2 days. Basically, information is being streamed around the world to make sure that we do spread the word from this Congress. So please, unless you feel like you're going to be the next TV presenter, just ignore them and move on. But we will just be making sure that the pictures and information are beamed across the world. That's it from me for now. But to start our day, I'm delighted to introduce our president, Mr. Leandro Negri.
Good morning, all of you. I am very glad again to see all of you after the wonderful evening last night in the reception in the World Congress. Really, I think all of you are enjoying the hospitality from Dubai City, our host, and I think it's fantastic and really you enjoy during these days, as I said yesterday. Before giving the floor to Kelly for the formal presentation of these 2 days, I like to remember that we are in the 45th Congress of the International Federation. I'd like to say that only a couple of days, the United States elected the 45th president. It's nothing about, but it's related with the same figure. But it means that we are very close to the centenary of the hockey, and that is important. In a few years, we will celebrate the centenary. And also, I would like to say all of you, I will be sitting with you also for this big celebration. I am sure that during these days will be very useful, exciting, and motivating for all of you. Why I am so sure of that? Because we are living at this moment a very exciting time. I think the sport, really all the sport, are expanding in a fantastic way, but especially the hockey. After the hockey revolution in Marrakesh, I am telling you that the hockey is growing so fast. It's growing, but also in a nice way with fantastic optimism around the world. That means that the health of hockey is really strong. One of the things is the attendance in this Congress. We are more than 120 delegations. Never that passed before the hockey. Also, because I am very proud of the attendance yesterday in the top and field forum and at the academy management. For that, thank you very much to attend. It was really fantastic. It made me very proud of all of you. But what means that? That means that I think it's a sense to grow altogether. We really introduce more good professionalism in the hockey because we need to grow up across the world with more fans, with more hockey players. And that is really the title of these days of the hockey revolution, not limits. We cannot stop. We achieve things, but we need to feel ourselves that we have no limits to grow more and more. For that, welcome to all the delegates, but also I like to have particular thanks first to FIH partners. They make the success of this Congress. I talk about Star Sports, Aero Motor Corporation, Adidas, Politan, Masco Lighting, Loughborough University. Also the event partners that really help during these days, BTE Sport, Signgrass, SMG, and Barrington Sports. And particularly for this event, the people in place that help us, Falcon, and also Dubai Sport Council. I'd like, please, to make a big applause because without these people, it would be impossible to run all this kind of thing. But still, there are a lot of things to do. This Congress will be very important. For sure, we take very important decisions, but it's only a stone for the future. I am very pleased today that very influential, very important people of the sport will take the floor and to address some beautiful ideas to all of you. I think you can profit of that. I start with Andrew Ryan from SOIF, CEO of SOIF, Jenny Mann from IOC, Simon Cadwes from Adidas, and also very pleased to have a gold medalist in Rio Olympics, Gonzalo Pellat from Argentina. I am sure all of them will inspire you. I think, well, I repeat, I think all of them will inspire you for the future to take good decisions in your own associations. And really, as I said before, we need all of you. Without you, it will be impossible to implement all the things, all the ideas, all the visions we are having from our position here. So that will be, you know, the last official speeches I will do in the hockey. Tonight will be a fantastic, we call No Limits Wall dinner. And I am addressing as a president tomorrow in the Congress the last. You know, as I said yesterday, there are different feelings at this moment, but really I will be very happy to be in the Congress to say a nice goodbye to all of you. And now is the moment to invite Kelly Fairweather for the kickoff of the program of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leandro. Bonjour, bienvenue. May I add my own welcome to everybody, to the national associations, to the delegates, to our partners, to all of you that have come a long way to join us today for the second part, the Hockey Revolution Part 2, No Limits. 4 years ago in Kuala Lumpur, I used this quote. We always overestimate the change that will occur in the next 2 years and underestimate the change that will occur in the next 10. There was a fairly well-known individual who made that quote, and I still think that this feels very appropriate to us as we mark the 2-year stage in our 10-year journey to our centenary, as Leandro has said this afternoon. 2 years ago, you'll remember in Marrakesh, my message to you, the Congress, was very, very simple. I reflected on our recent World Cup success in The Hague and on the great success of hockey fives in Nanjing, China, at the Youth Olympic Games. But I did, as straightforwardly and directly as possible, raise and set out the issues that were raised by the IOC following the 2012 Olympic Games in London, and to describe the actions that we were taking. I explained our new ambition for hockey, a global game that inspires the next generation. And the 4 goals, there they are, followed by the 5 initiatives that we needed to focus on if we were going to meet that ambition. In essence, I was describing why we needed a revolution in hockey, and I was starting to give some shape to what our revolution might look like. It was simple 2 years ago. To deliver a stark message like change or be changed. And that's been used several times by the IOC president. Because there's not this much discussion to be had or debate when the options are adapt or die. So today in Dubai, particularly knowing that this is the last time I'll have the opportunity to stand before you, I want to spend a few moments looking back over the past 6 years, and then some minutes looking forward. It's important that we reflect on the great progress we've made to get here, but at the same time, prepare ourselves for the challenges that lie ahead. And I think it's fair to say that 2 years down the line, our messages and the issues we want to share with you and discuss over these 2 days are a little more complex than last time. That's partly because there's a lot going on, but it's more than that. Because at the same time, we're driving our revolution. Isn't this fantastic? At the same time, we're driving our revolution, focusing on the things that we need to do to grow and strengthen and inspire. There are many other revolutions going on. Take the digital revolution and the way that it's enabled social media, changing forever the way people interact with each other and how they access and share the stuff that they love. Digital has blurred the boundaries between sport and entertainment, making the competition for young people's time and attention much, much more of a challenge for us. It's a revolution with no end in sight and moving constantly, moving all the time. It's a bit like Donald Trump in America. Who saw that coming? But for us, there's also the complexity that comes from the sheer scale and range, what we do as an organization. We are this unusual hybrid of sporting, entertainment, media, commercial, and governance. And that has changed dramatically over the past couple of decades. It's a blend that we see reflected in our 5 major initiatives, where each one of those initiatives represents a huge project in itself. But I'm happy to say that we're making progress on all fronts. And by adopting a philosophy of continuous improvement and progression, we're able to lock in those improvements. So why are we trying to improve and make those marginal gains, those small 1%ers across all these 5 fronts at the same time? And the simple truth is that none of these 5 major initiatives can break free of the other 4 and get on with their work independently, however much they want to. Success in our world is a series of activities carried out every day consistently. And a little later this morning, you'll see for yourself, they are all interlinked. And to succeed, they must work together. They must all succeed for our sport to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just some of the areas that we'll be exploring with you as we take you through our highly varied and entertaining program and dynamic program for today and tomorrow, in a way that I believe and I hope that you will find truly engaging and involving. But first, before we go forward, I'd like to take you back to 2010. And I'd been with the FIH barely a month. So I can't take any credit for identifying the 5 strategic priorities that the Congress committed to 6 years ago. And it's clear looking at them now, and it's very, very clear to me looking at them now, that 6 years ago, that they set much of the agenda for what we're still doing and talking about today in hockey. I'll let you just scan these. But you can see in many ways that this was the foundation of the revolution. As just one indicator in terms of the governance structures, we at the Congress in Montreux, or you at the Congress in Montreux, the FIH went from having a 28-person executive board down to a rather more manageable 15-person team. Believe me, having worked 8 years in the International Olympic Committee, that was a revolution in itself, never before seen in the Olympic movement. From this moment, we started to build up a highly professional team, moving away from an organization that was dependent on a volunteer and committee-based organization, where decision-making was slow, to a more professional, competence-based system, which has reaped rewards, allowing us to be more agile, innovative, and to deliver on the plan. This was the structure that would become the starting point for the revolution. And just think about it, in 2010, we did not do any marketing at all. We had absolutely nothing in place that reflected the explosion that was already going on in social media channels. We were seriously behind the curve. And that's not that long ago. I'm not talking about ancient history here. And so to be fair, before I arrived, changes to this governance structures were already in progress, creating the foundation for the future. So there are a lot of people who should take credit for enabling these changes to happen. People were on the board at that time, led by our president. I just mentioned some of them because I think it's really important because we stand on the shoulders of others. Peter Cohen, the Secretary General at the time, Jan Albers is here, Martin Gothridge is here, Sue Neal is here, Stefan Abel is here, Pam Elgar is here, and those just to name a few. These are the people that started the structural change that led to where we are today. But this was not just a structural change. This was a change of mindset. Back then, everyone used to talk about our competitions from a very technical and inward-looking perspective. It was obvious, it was very obvious to me coming into this organization that we placed limitations on ourselves and on our sport. I used to go and watch at the Olympic Games and people used to say to me, hockey people used to say to me, we have such a wonderful sport, but we've got no money and we've got no resources. We can't do anything. Imagine if we were like football. We were very good at talking about what we couldn't do. a great example of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And we knew that we had to take a shift to become a more outward-looking and start talking about events, to consider the needs of our athletes, our fans, and our supporters. We had to look at our sport through completely different eyes. We had to start thinking commercially, professionally, and from a business perspective. All of this is unquestionably and undeniably right. But there was also, there was a tendency to think that if it was written down on a piece of paper, it would happen. That would somehow automatically appear, and we'd get everything we wanted. So, looking back, it's clear that whatever progress we made in those first few years, the real catalyst came from the IOC. I have to be very honest. Following the London Olympic Games in 2012, the impetus for change came from the explosive feedback they gave us. Because quite obviously, what we were doing till that point was just not enough. It was they that provided us with the message, the very simple message: change or be changed. So in 2014, the hockey revolution was born. And the reason I'm going back to this is not because it's important to remember that the hockey revolution, just did not appear from the sky. It didn't just emerge. It was a result and a series of events, structural changes, and a lot of careful thought suddenly made real and urgent. For example, one of the decisions, the significant decisions we made back in 2012, was to put in place a bid process. Not rocket science, really. Imagine that. Events awarded 4 years out, providing certainties to stakeholders. At the same time, that allowed us to take the management of our television in-house and control the most important element of our event. Once again, not rocket science. By adopting this approach, it really kicked off the change. But we could start to ensure some consistency and quality, leading to much better events. So where are we today? 2 years into our revolution. With that incredible mix of skills that I talked about earlier: sporting, entertainment, marketing, commercial, governance. I really believe we are developing a business model that you could apply to any sport. And this is something you'll see us come back to repeatedly over the next few days. Because to achieve our ambition of growth and to build our profile and to inspire the next generation, we have to generate funding and resources that enable us to develop our sport. It's just a no-brainer. And the only way that you fund that gap between what you want and what you can afford is by insisting that the entire organization becomes more commercially focused. That is a mindset. We need to reach a situation where our media and our commercial partners are queuing up to work with us, where they are desperate to have their name associated with ours for long-lasting mutual benefit. And this will be driven by consistent, high-quality TV production and distribution, along fantastic joined-up marketing, both traditional and digital, that both rely on and help deliver fantastic events that are always big, bold, packed, and loud. And that, in turn, will raise our profile, provide opportunities for our athletes to earn money, build our fan base, drive our income, so that we can invest further in the development of our sport, building pathways and capacities in officials, umpires, event managers, commercial and sponsorship competence. And so it builds a virtuous circle. And I want really for you, that requires each of our major initiatives to move forward together. But it means a balance across all. And in my view, is that we have just completed the first circle and we are coming out of that. And now we have limitless possibilities going forward. We are on the second stage. I've always said that it takes at least two business cycles to achieve a success in sport. We are just coming to the end of the first one. It'll probably maybe take another 2 for us, but we are on the right path. It's also important that we acknowledge our success isn't confined simply to what we as the FIH achieve. We are an office in Lausanne. The revolution is a strategy for the entire sport of hockey. And a key part of our role is to educate, to engage and empower so that all national associations, irrespective of size or history, have the skills and the confidence to raise their game. We're beginning to see this happen. We are much more professional than we were some years ago. Throughout our NAs, I believe. And later on this morning, I'll just take a pause here because I think it's so important that we acknowledge. Leandro mentioned, we have one of our athlete ambassadors here today, Gonzalo Payat, to say a few words later about the ambassador program, describe a little bit about the role our athletes play. But we have to acknowledge that everything that we do is for our athletes. And if we do not keep that, if we do not stick that on our mirror in the top of our morning, then we might as well not go to work. So it's fantastic that Gonzalo and I think Florencia are here to spend a couple of days with it. I'd like them to stand up. Gonzalo, please. Where's Florencia? So, it's wonderful to have our superstars with us. Thank you very much. The FIH Academy has also some great examples of which the quality program is just one. And as Leandro said, it's been fantastic. We had 50 people from around the world talking about hockey facilities. Another first, wonderful. Our game cannot develop without hockey fields across the world, hockey pitches across the world, hockey turfs. Without this investment and growth in our infrastructure, we will not be able to grow as a sport. So we're seeing now pitches going up across the world, almost on a daily basis. And these are all indicators of engage and empower that tell us that momentum is building. The momentum is building. I'm also heartened and encouraged by our overall performance at the Rio Olympics. While at this stage we have no formal feedback from the IOC, what I can say at this point is that I think most of you know, we all saw it. Both the men's and the women's Olympic competitions culminated in fantastic, dramatic finals. What this tells us is that hockey has become more competitive and more global. Gold medalists were both ranked 7 in the world and were first-time winners. We also saw a new format in the quarterfinals, which built a lot more interest, and it opened up the game in a way that's truly healthy for the sport. And I'm sure you all saw that the respective receptions given in Argentina and Britain to their returning gold medal winning athletes was just off the scale. It's a fantastic demonstration of the excitement that we can be created by a great spectacle, the right events being presented in the right way. And that excitement then becomes a platform that we can build on. Our role is to generate many more big moments like these. We also know, everybody knows that the global growth of hockey is where our story begins. So before I say a few words about the future, and this really feels like an opportune moment to celebrate the fact that we have 5 new members of the FIH, 5 new members of the hockey family. So I'm going to read them out and I'm going to ask them to stand up. Colombia, Nicaragua, Burkina Faso, Swaziland, and Bolivia. And I want you to give them all a warm round of applause. Where are they? And when you add them to the 5 new members that we welcomed 2 years ago, that's 10 new members of our sport in the last 2 years. So that just shows that the Engage and the Empower program is really kicking in. We've also spent time working on our international relations program. Now you say, well, what does that mean, Kelly? We wanted, for example, to improve our relationship and influence with the Olympic movement in general. So we worked hard at putting a strategy in place for this. As a result, our president, was elected onto the ASWAF Council and onto a number of ISC commissions. Mareike Fleuren was elected onto the ISC Women in Sport Commission. Tahir Bikram was on the Sport for All Commission, drawing on his vast experience in this area. And we do see that the benefits flow both ways. When we work harder at these relationships, we always find that more of the Olympic family want to come, are interested, and join us to watch hockey events. So, these are still early days. And the worst thing, the very worst thing we can do is to declare victory. Because real change has begun. But in hockey terms, we're only 2 years into our 10-year strategy. And looking ahead, we have to remember all the time that the strategy will not implement itself. We have to be even more agile, adaptable, and able to challenge ourselves to improve. I do believe we're becoming less political and more professional, and we certainly need to continue this. We need to make decisions that are right decisions for the right reasons, for the greater good of our sport. This is about working together and not defending our own territories, but looking at how we can achieve our ambition, a global game that inspires the next generation. Our success requires objective decision-making. It requires us not to cling on to the status quo simply because that's what we used to do. Indeed, we need to recognize that the world outside continues to move very fast, and what might have been a mighty step forward for us in 2010 might not be right for us in 2016. We have to continually review our progress. We need to emulate the best organizations, sporting and others, the ones that are never satisfied with the status quo and who constantly seek improvement. And that's why, unapologetically, we are focusing the agenda of this Congress on those critical areas that will experience the greatest change. That is, our new events portfolio, how we brand that for maximum audience exposure and profile, and on the governance of our sport. We believe that the big changes we'll be describing later on today are in the best interests of hockey and will benefit all of us. So yes, a number of complex issues for all of us to understand, to contribute to, and to work with over these 2 days and into the future. But I have every faith and confidence that we can continue our progression to these revolutionary goals. And how come? Because from time to time, I remind myself of the 4 values at the FIH, not just the words, but their meanings. We've come a long way from the days when we talked about what we couldn't do, when we set our sights low so as not to be disappointed. And today we are optimistic, inclusive, progressive, and dynamic. We're all about can-do, about diversity and reaching out, about innovation and not staying still. Continuous progression. This leads to sustained success. These are great values designed to guide our behavior and ensure our success into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention, and once again, I say, vive la révolution. Thank you.
Sir, I'll allow you to get changed. We're going to get an insight in how the FIH is run in a moment. Because have you ever heard of The Weakest Link, the television program? Where loads of contestants, yes, that's the music. They join the competition and they have to prove that they're the strongest, or just basically make sure they're not found out to be the weakest, otherwise they get rejected. Well, we have our Anne Robertson, we have our fierce boss in the shape of Kelly, who's just getting his equipment on now. And he's going to assess how far the revolution has come, who's performing well and who's not performing well. It is our own version of that, and I'm sure that this, well, I've been assured, I've seen the rehearsals, I've been assured that this is not how they run the business in Switzerland. Their everyday morning meeting is not run this way, but I find that very difficult to believe. So Are you ready, Kelly? He looks ready. Please enjoy the FIH's The Strongest Link.
Hello to all 5 of you. By way of introduction, you each have 1 minute each to introduce your initiative and to state clearly your key objectives. Fan-focused entertainment portfolio.
My goal is to work with you to develop a fan-focused entertainment portfolio, delivering innovation, intensity, and excitement through our events. Development of a clear, consistent, and meaningful calendar of events, distributed across the world, and with the Olympic Games at its core, is critical to our goal. We know home fans are fundamental to us, and the experience we're working to create will exist in venue, on TV, and online to attract new fans and inspire participation.
And what about you? Joined Up Global Marketing?
Well, Joined Up Global Marketing, meaning together, we want to create an attractive image for hockey. Creating a recognized, powerful image is at the heart of everything we do. This joined-up approach to marketing hockey, its events and its players will propel hockey to the next level of sports coverage. We want a recognized brand that is appealing to everyone. We want people to fall in love with hockey.
Next, please. World-class TV production and distribution.
World-class TV production and distribution. Hockey is fast-paced. Our TV has been slow. Our TV now must catch up. Let's not change the game, let's change how we capture the sport. Broadcast and viewers demand world-class content. So the key objective is to grow the worldwide audience for hockey. We want more people committing to watching hockey. Not just hockey fans, but the general sports fan.
And what about commercial partners who share our vision?
Commercial partners who share our vision. My objectives? To create a hockey commercial culture where commercial imperatives are part of the hockey conversation. No longer should we just start talking about calendars and schedules. We need to raise our standards, open up hockey so we can create long-term value, B2B and B2C.
Last, high-performing sport.
I'm about high-performing sport. More people playing, more coaches coaching, more umpires umpiring, more officials officiating, more managers managing, more organized organizations, more fantastic facilities, more good governance.
One of you has to be the strongest link. But what have you been doing so far? Which one of you has achieved the most in the last 2 years? What have you achieved? Joined Up Global Marketing?
Well, 4 years ago, we started with nothing. Zero marketing,
Nothing?
Zero digital. Zero. Absolutely zero, Kelly. And now we've brilliantly marketed events. 1 million Facebook followers, 80,000 Twitter followers, 100,000 Instagram followers, and an extremely successful Snapchat account. I have achieved the most in the past 2 years by far. The growth in our numbers show this clearly. Sitting 4th position in the list of Summer Olympic IFs, that, ladies and gentlemen, means above athletics, swimming, volleyball, and even tennis among the sports below us.
Very confident. Commercial partners who share our vision. What have you been doing so far?
Creating partnerships, getting investment in our game, creating partnerships with heroes so they take a leader position in our sport, creating value for Polytan and FIH so we could create long-term opportunities and value in the game, creating a strategic partnership with Adidas to sit at our top table and drive innovation and original thinking, creating the quality program for our hockey turf. So we actively engage. People in the business of hockey.
Are you the strongest link? World-class TV?
I think you will pale really into complete insignificance to what I've done. We have two powerhouse partners, Star Sports, BT Sports. You know, we've now made hockey available to TV, on TV, digital, and mobile to more and more people around the world. In June, 211 million people watched hockey for an average of 11 minutes. 11 minutes, it doesn't seem a lot. 2015, the average was 90 seconds. That's the change we've made.
Seems to me you better talking about TV than being on it. What have you been doing so far? Fan-focused entertainment portfolio?
Well, you can't deny that the biggest decisions of the organisation over the past 2 years have been focused on the new event portfolio. We're continuously raising the bar in events, making them bigger, bolder, more packed and louder than ever before. In reality, there are no limits to this potential, and progress in the past 2 years has been visible for us all to see.
Can you top that, high-performing sport?
I focus on education, education, and education. Through the founding of the FIH Academy, we've had online modules, face-to-face seminars, meaningful courses, trained up a skilled workforce, resulting in 5,000 members of the Academy from 127 countries.
Not bad. But one of you has to be the most important initiative. Without you, the revolution cannot succeed. So which of you is indispensable? Are you commercial partners?
Yes, because I focus on investment, which pays for people's education. These are fine words, but they butter no parsnips and they pay no bills. And you are my brother, but you are my little brother. Commercial success creates investment for growth. I live at the sharp end. I live in the marketplace. There is no rule books. There's no rule books. Hockey wins or loses like that in the marketplace. And that's why I'm most important.
Can you top that fan-focused entertainment portfolio?
I think so. I'm obviously the most important because without creating an event platform, the rest of these can put their feet up. Athletes are showcased at the centre of our events. Without us, how do you drive sponsor interest, generate revenues? What are you watching as a fan on TV, talking about on Twitter? What's the point of a fantastic hockey turf, or the hours spent being educated, or training to be an official or an umpire? Our fan-focused event hosts love hockey. They spend their mornings, afternoons, evenings, and weekends at events, ensuring that you all have something to work on.
So, are you indispensable, joined up global marketing?
Absolutely not. I'm clearly the most important. As the whole strategy would definitely fall down without my initiative. Imagine an event where no one turns up because there is no promotion, no branding, therefore nothing to go on TV, no commercial platform for hockey to grow. Without joined up global marketing, our events would never be big, bold, packed and loud, showcasing the amazing athletes that you talk about that play our game, driving all the aspects of the events with this joined up global marketing directly to the digital world that we all live in today. Without my initiative, there'd be no video content, nothing to share, no images, no awesome behind-the-scenes content, and nobody would know any of our athletes.
So I'm not getting anywhere. One of you has to be the most important initiative. High-performing sport?
Well, I'm the most important because I'm all about getting people playing, getting more national associations playing. Because without us, there is nothing to broadcast, nothing to market, nothing to commercialize. We're here to grow the game globally. And when the next generation is inspired, we'll be here to help and support them.
I'm giving you the last word on this world-class TV.
Well, I am the most important. We give worldwide exposure to Richard's jacket. Ladies and gentlemen, Ron Burgundy. Distribution provides the greatest form of exposure. Put all of you together, we communicate worldwide. We provide you with the content to communicate digitally. We enable a joined-up approach across every broadcast platform. But most importantly, when broadcasters believe in us and share our vision worldwide, this sport will grow and grow and grow.
We often talk about the importance of engaging and empowering our national associations. But which one of you is really doing the most to empower our NAs and our CFs? Entertainment portfolio?
Fan-focused events can touch each and every one of us, as is proved here today. Another great example would be the Hockey World League, open to all our national associations, and since its start, 18 new nations have hosted events. This edition saw 64 men and 53 women's national associations entered, featured our first Hockey Fives event in Oceania, and 322 players made their debut. Umpires and technical officials from 78 national associations have been involved across all 5 continents in 2016. If that's not engaging and empowering, I'm not sure what is.
So how are you engaging commercial partners?
The commercial partners, the commercial program has been cooperative and flexible. At the Champions Trophy in London recently, we held our first ever commercial working group meeting where over 40 people spent a day talking about the commercial matters and commercial opportunities within hockey. There are a lot of hockey meetings that talk about coaching and umpiring and rules. There are very few meetings that spend days talking about the commercial opportunities in hockey.
You want to counter that, high-performing sport?
I'm doing the most to be a one-stop shop for our national associations and Continental Federations. Their very own Walmart or 7-Eleven. Help with your statutes? No problem. Advice on laying a turf? Certainly. Want to run a coaching course? My pleasure. Can you give me some funding from your targeted assistance program? Let's talk about that.
Andy, how do you, as world-class TV and production and distribution, engage all our NAs and CFs?
The NAs and CFs, next year, 2017, 7,000 hours of live hockey will be broadcast. As the NAs and CFs, they've bought into it, they understand it, the technology's changed, streaming is now simple, it's cost-effective, it's cheap, but it delivers. And every NA and CF has surpassed every expectation. Across all continents, hockey's now being streamed, clipped, broadcast, and is activating the viewer. And the Asian Champions Trophy this year was another great example where it made its debut on the Olympic channel. First time hockey has ever been on the Olympic channel.
How do you engage and empower Joined Up Global Marketing?
Yeah. They all work with the CFs and NAs. But let me talk about talking to millions of hockey fans every day across the globe. Not only do I engage and empower the stakeholders you've already spoken about, my area is fan-focused, and this is where we've excelled this year through the use of UGC, driving our growth of our channels, allowing the fans to get involved in every way. I'm the most important in this area to ensure that we are joined up, as we cannot take over the world if we do it alone. We need everybody to work with us. The Ambassador Program is another excellent example of this, but we'll talk about that later with Gonzalo.
I'll be the judge of who's the most important. So, we'll come back to a quick fire round. How will you deal with any threats to the integrity of our game, high-performing sport?
There is no place in hockey for dopers. Match fixers, go and find a softer target elsewhere. We educate our players and staff about the risk and dangers, and we'll keep doing so. All our players know to just say no.
And how big a challenge is it to keep on making progress on your initiative to deliver world-class TV production and distribution?
With partners, when we have partners such as Star and BT, the challenge will be easier, but we need to retain those partners. The rule book for hockey is extensive, but the rule book for TV is very, very, very small. Our TV hockey for vision, therefore, is very big. If we innovate, if we enhance, and if we engage with our broadcasters, world-class TV production will then be truly world-class, as those cameras will actually capture world-class content.
And what have you done to improve the management and consistency of the events that are delivered across the FIH?
The new event delivery model which launched in 2015, featuring greater support for our hosts, is driving that, bringing expertise across a wider range of event areas to the table, lending tangible support, and developing transfer of knowledge.
And would you like to tell us why you're wearing that jacket?
Because I do not just live in an office in Lausanne. Hockey has to go out and get noticed. Hockey has to stand out and be different and be seen to be different. Hockey has been kept in a commercial straitjacket for too long. Change our clothes, change our look. Hockey is sexy.
That jacket's
and
not.
So am I.
I'll be the judge of that. What is the future? What does the future look like for joined-up marketing and digital?
Well, Kelly, why don't we just watch and see? Can you call up our friend from the crowd?
Can we have a volunteer from the crowd? There we go.
The current trend we can see now in sport is moving into virtual reality. We want to see this happen in hockey as well. Hello, Kelly. Hello. Kelly Jr. Okay, so Kelly, could you put this on first, please? So we just want to show you quickly what's happening these days is sports fans are being fully immersed into the world of sport. They're getting right in there. They're getting onto the pitch. They're getting behind the scenes. What can you see now? You can see the FIH office.
I'm inside.
Yeah, cool. You want to turn around this way to me? Wow, look, the FIH office. And turn back again. There's Jen. And Hillary. How about up and down? What about now? Formula One.
Oh.
How about it? You're driving. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see.
Let's go to the left again. Turn all the way around. Let's see if there's anyone behind you. Oh my God, you're in basketball. Watch out for the ball. It's coming. Turn back again. Here we go. Look at that. Up. Look up. You scored. And keep coming this way. Let's go. I think we might be going back to Switzerland soon. You're from Switzerland, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm back home.
Will we go skiing?
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. Oh, look down. Oh my goodness. Whoa, you're going down. Turn left. Oh my God. Look at that, you're in the snow. Amazing. How'd you feel? You can take them off.
Whoa.
There you go, Kelly, the future of sport. Thank you, watch yourself.
Thank you, quite impressive. But the Champions Trophy this year was a good example of all the major initiatives delivering an event together. But tell me, which one of you five made the greatest contribution? High-performing sport.
I made the greatest contribution via the FIH Academy's 5-course menu in London. For starters, a bite-sized coach educators course, followed by a smorgasbord for officials and umpires courses, with a succulent main course of high-performance coaching, topped off with a mouth-watering event management course, a real recipe for success.
Not bad. What was your contribution? World-class TV production and distribution?
I have 4,000 reasons.
4,000?
4K, a new technology, a world first for hockey. BT Sport delivered something, again, completely surpassed expectation. 130 countries broadcast continuous programming live. No longer was it just a game of hockey and then people would go to fishing or motor racing or UFC or whatever it is. It was hockey. All day hockey. Again, a world first. But most importantly, and I haven't mentioned yet, was the players and the coaches. We need to give an insight into the game whilst we're on air. Players and coaches made themselves available. Picture-in-picture, interviews during a game. Coaches unhappy, players unhappy. But again, we're getting the viewer into this game. That's the difference we made.
Tell us about your contribution during the Champions Trophy, commercial partners.
We paid for my brother's succulent feast that he enjoyed. The name says it all. It was the Hero Champions Trophy. The event changed place last minute. committed global partner stepped up, invested, took a commercial position in the sport, ensured that the tournament could be successful. Stepped up like all good commercial partners will.
And what was your famous contribution? Entertainment portfolio?
Undoubtedly, it has to be our fan-focused event hosts. England Hockey, for delivering at the last minute, unexpectedly and overcoming a number of operational challenges. Not one, but two back-to-back. Big, bold, packed and loud Champions trophies.
Can you top that?
Well, the key here is working together to make hockey great again. Event branding was on point, outstanding in fact. All participating teams used the assets that were provided, allowing the Hockey Champions Trophy to be the best event in the history of the FIH. The interactive fan zone was a perfect example of working closely with the hosts to ensure the fans did not only come to watch hockey, but they had a full experience at the event. This also included cross-promotion of Rio 2016, getting our fans ready for the greatest sporting event in the world. We have a film to show you later, so let's have a look then.
Well, it strikes me that no one person is the strongest link. You all are. Goodbye.
Are you sure you don't hold meetings like that every day? Please tell me you do. Well, that was the strongest link. I'm just going to nip in just this moment and say, look, guys, hang on in there. We're just about to just change the scenery here. We're just going to be hearing from different sizes of members of the FIH, and they're going to tell us what the revolution means to them. Plus, we're going to be hearing from someone from the IOC, and we'll be hearing from an Olympic champion, one of our ambassadors, the FIH ambassadors, and telling us what the revolution means to him. But before that, you heard all of our competitors in the Strongest Link talk about the Champions Trophy, delivered last summer, 2 weeks of fantastic hockey, and this is what it was all about. You've all got a mobile phone. If you go to the FIH website, you'll be given a YouTube address, and then you can put your phone in there, and you'll be given that virtual reality tour again. So a lot of you looking at me thinking, I'll never do that in 25 years of my mobile technology. But give it a go. All you've got to do is go to the FIH website, go to the YouTube, and then you can put it in there and have a virtual reality tour. Come with me, and I'll show you how to do it a little bit later on. Okay, let's introduce you to some of the guests, because we are now going to be talking about the hockey revolution, how it's affected various people, and whether we're doing enough. There are the list of our guests, so let's go through this. Gianluigi, the president of the Peruvian Hockey, welcome. Give him a round of applause. We have Richard Akpopave, president of Ghana Hockey. Welcome, Gianni. We have Alana Norman, the CEO of Hockey India. Welcome. Hello, nice to see you. We have, I suppose, a man who doesn't need any introduction. You might not recognize him without his shorts on. It is Gonzalo Payet of Argentina, Olympic gold medalist. Welcome. Nice to see you. We have the FIH sport coordinator, Andre Oliveira. Welcome. Not such a big applause. Sorry about that, Andre. And the head of sports partnership coordination of International Olympic Committee, Jenny Mann. Hi, Jenny. Welcome. Hopefully there's a spot on the sofa for you there.
Oh, am I going to jump in?
I feel as if I'm hosting a dinner party and I haven't done a seating plan, but there we are. Please sit. Look, we all talk about the hockey revolution, and as Kelly was saying, it's all great talking about it on paper, but you have to put it into action. I'll come to you, Gianni, first of all to you. Peru, how many hockey players do you have in Peru?
Now we have like 2,000 players.
2,000 players. Okay, so when you talk about a hockey revolution, I'm trying to imagine what that means to you and how it has affected you. So what does hockey revolution mean to you and how it's affected you?
Well, Peru is, since 2 years ago, after Marrakesh Congress, decided to start putting the blocks of hockey revolution, like education, professionalization, and infrastructure on the way to the Pan Am Games, Lima 2019. We started investing in management and in education courses. One of the most important retrieves that we have from all this was having this year the Hockey World League Round 1.
Yeah, so you're almost empowered by being able to host an event, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. Well, we have, after Marrakesh, we have 2 events very important for us. There's the Pan Am Challenge, it's a PAF tournament, and this year we have the 2 events, 2 championships in one. We have South American Championship and the Hockey World League at the same time, in women and in men. So we have 10 days of games and hockey for 8 hours every day. So one of the most important initiatives of Hockey Revolution is broadcasting and live streaming. So we decide to live stream all this event and show the world that a small country as Peru in hockey can do great things and can get involved with Hockey Revolution. So I think that showing them, they can realize that hockey is not only has to be shown by big countries, but small countries can do a good work also.
And the live stream is important?
Very important. It's very important. I think that we use it just to show hockey to all the world and to show hockey in Peru, in all Peru. Okay, so it's been great. It was a great investment in the tournament, so we are really, really happy.
So there we are. We have an example there of engagement, empowerment. What is the message? Because I read empowerment, engage. What is it that you want? What does that mean?
Well, I think I go back to the previous session. I think the strongest links were the best example of what Engage is all those 5 components, all those 5 major initiatives, and how they fit into every single thing we do in our events, in our programs, in our social media. So that's how we engage. About empowering, I have 3 words for you: education, education, education. So I think it's, I'm not sure if you know what I'm saying, but anyway, so that's I think it would be the best way of explaining what we do in terms of empowering, and especially what the Hockey Academy does. So we provide education all across the board.
Well, on the pitch and off the pitch?
On and off the pitch. So if you think on the pitch, you're thinking about education for umpires, and you're thinking about education for coaches and technical officials. If you're thinking off the pitch, you're thinking about education for managers, like the course we just did yesterday here in Dubai, where we had 25 people from NAs from all the 5 continents in one room discussing leadership and high-performance pathways. And so it's all about building your structure for developing hockey in your nation.
So we talk about, we've just mentioned Peru, so in terms of you put an event on, you provide ideas about management, infrastructure, is that how it works?
So basically, in the case of Peru, we would be looking for providing education for the people that run the event. Like, for instance, David Ruiz, who was one of the persons that was involved in the organization of this event, took part of the postgraduate certificate that we organized. And there are other cases of people that took part on that program that actually implemented what they've learned on that program in their own national association.
So you feel supported, did you, throughout the whole process?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you. I think so too.
Yeah, so do you feel that it's working? Because that's sometimes you think, yeah, I like it on paper. Do you feel that you're getting the sense
Are we playing Strongest Link again?
Yeah, yeah. I haven't got my gown, but I'll play it.
Well, I think the most important thing about education is that you need to think long term. So it's not you educate the person and suddenly everything will change. But if you think, for instance, about the work we've been doing in TAP West Africa and Ghana, which Richard will talk about, and you think that across the last 2 years, we've been growing their capability in coaching in 40, 50 coaches that are now certified and qualified to actually go to the clubs and deliver good coaching for their players. And that's important to building a stronger hockey nation.
Okay, we're going to come to Richard now, because, but TAP, what is TAP?
So TAP is Target Assistance Program. And that's the way the FIH supports now the countries that need direct support from us. Now, you might think that this is all about putting money into things. It actually isn't. So what TAP now has is delivering our programs, our education programs, as part of that support. So we go to a nation with an educator, or with more than one. In the case of TAP West Africa, it was a TAP team of umpires, coach educators, and they go there, and this is the support we provide. We provide courses for their umpires, we provide courses to the people that train the umpires. So the idea of TAP is that you actually empower the nation to grow. You don't just say, oh, here's your money, do whatever you want to do. No, we want the nation to grow, and we want to see that nation being sustainable at long term.
Welcome, Richard. The revolution.
Yes.
TAP. Is it working for you? Is it working for Ghana?
It is. As Andre said, it's really TAP West Africa. We are central to that. So we have coaches. Education is key. So we have coaches for French West Africa and for English West Africa. So it's education, coaching, education, umpiring. And so over the last 2 years, we have trained several umpires and several coaches. And these go out to the clubs, to the schools, to the communities, and help develop hockey. So it's very important to us. And we've had the support of England Hockey as well, and therefore they've also sent a couple of people to also build a capacity event management, So that for the World League Round 1 we hosted, for instance, there was they ran a course apart from assisting us to deliver that World League Round 1. So it's been very useful. Furthermore, there's also been support for our women's national team from England Hockey again and from FIH and African Hockey Federation. So we're privileged, the women's hockey team, we're privileged to be in 2015, they were in Bishamabe to train for a couple of weeks just to develop the team, so that the target is that we would qualify for a world level event by 2022, hopefully. Our first target is to try and qualify for the Commonwealth Games in 2018. We have to be ranked at worst 10th. Currently we are 10th. So we are working towards retaining that position. We've qualified for World League Round 2. We hope to do well. And then we have the African Cup of Nations next year. If we do well in these two competitions, most likely we'll qualify for the Commonwealth Games and would have achieved one of our major targets. So TAP has been very useful, and we think that it's good we continue along this path.
Okay, well, let's just have a look at TAP in action. Because what you want to see is you want to see smiley faces, you want to see people running around, getting sweaty. You want to see them enjoying the game of hockey. This is TAP in action. has made a big difference already in the performances of the team.
Yes, it has.
And in that particular part of Ghana, because we're not just talking about Ghana, we're talking about neighbours as well, the
West
enthusiasm for the
Africa,
game.
especially French West Africa. Funnily enough, for some reason, the French in Africa don't play hockey, too much hockey. So this is a great opportunity to get the French countries to play hockey. So Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Cameroon are all on board. And gradually, today you were told that Burkina Faso will be admitted this year. It's part of the program. And I think that is what we want to see. That is what the revolution is about.
Yeah. I'll come back to you, Johnny. It's infectious, isn't it, this enthusiasm?
Of course. Yes. It's amazing.
Yeah. Your neighbours, your neighbouring countries, where you are, it's not talking about just Peru, it's what happens in your area.
No, it's we are always ready to help our neighbors. We are trying to help Ecuador. We're just yesterday talking with Colombia. They are getting in hockey, and we are helping them just right away, just returning from here with all hockey, maybe with hockey equipment and everything.
Yeah. So 2,000 players. We'll come to India now. They've just a few more than 2,000 players. Is that right, Lana?
Handful more.
Handful more. We talk about the revolution, the hockey revolution, but in India, it's already been going, right? How long has it been going in India?
I'm not sure if
Hopefully, one of the mics will work.
This one's working. We've actually had our own revolution probably over the last 5 years. It's one of those things that obviously globally hockey needed to reinvent itself, but we certainly did in India. It was a sport that wasn't going anywhere. So we've taken on, I guess, we've taken on our own revolution, that's all we can say. And everything that FIH talks about now is what we have implemented in India. One of our big initiatives is obviously the Hockey India League, which we started in 2013. So we've had 4 seasons of the Hockey India League. Anyone who's not familiar with the Hockey India League, it's a franchise-based model. It features over 120 players and our last season featured players from 13 countries. So it's played in 6 centres across India for 1 month. So one of our key objectives was to bring hockey back to people. There was a lot of fans in India, but they had no touch point with the sport. They didn't know how to follow the sport. They didn't know how to get in touch with it. So now for 1 month, every night at the same time on the same channel, you're going to find hockey, and you're going to find the best of hockey as well.
We're going to touch on a few of those very important points because obviously this is where world hockey's going. It's a very similar model, but anyone who hasn't seen this wonderful league of yours, this is sort of a bit of a taster. We hope. Any
it's
minute
worth the
now.
wait. It's worth the wait.
It is worth the wait. I'll fill in the... Oh, thank you for that. Instead of getting it in my earpiece, I've just had a man walk up to me and say, it's about the film.
Okay.
Slight technical problem with it.
Oh.
But it was actually, if you can imagine, packed crowds, sound, and the reason why I'm trying to paint this picture is because when you came to see me yesterday and we had a chat about it, and we played it on a computer.
Technical
you were
problem
like,
yesterday.
no, I want these pictures and I need it louder and I want to give the full flavour because it's the detail, right? That's the big important point.
Again, what I say is it's hockey at its best. So I want people to be able to experience that. You want that background noise. You want the fans. You want to see the packed stadium. You want to see the fanfare, sorry, I'm losing track here.
No, don't worry. But it is the colour, the sound,
you can only really just see it. You've got to see it. You've got to experience it. So I do hope they get the video working. And for anyone who's actually came and been part of the league as well, they will know what we're talking about. So we've got really great franchises. We've got great players. We've got a great broadcaster. Everyone supports where we're going with the league. And we've had 4 great seasons. Hopefully it'll grow from next year.
But that's the important point you were making before we hoped to see the video, was that people need to know where it is, what time it's on, and where they can see it in order to engage, right?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, for the Hockey India League, it's 30 days of hockey on the same channel at the same time. So if you tune into this channel, you know you're guaranteed to see fantastic hockey, and that's what it's all about, is bringing it back to our fans.
Now, did you see how we filled in a little bit, and we built up even more tension?
The pressure's on
by
now.
claiming that we had technical faults, because now we can deliver that film. This is the sort of magic, the sound, the colour that we hope is the future of hockey. Well, for me, that was worth the wait.
I'm very biased, but I still get goosebumps every time I see the product. It's a great product, and it's very important for us, and I think for global hockey as well.
So we talked about the revolution and the fact that you had to put hockey back on the map as far as India is concerned. What have been the results then? What have you achieved?
So our national men's team have gone from 12th position to 6th position. There's a huge confidence level in both our senior and junior men's. That's just from a playing point of view, from a performance point of view. Our fans, so we have 5 million fans on Facebook that we've been able to achieve. Our broadcast figures increased for 40% from our 2015 season to our 2016 season. And I think people in India are just engaging the sport now. So there's hope. Obviously, Olympic medal is what we're aiming for, but people have a reason to get involved with hockey again, and it's ambition for players coming up.
So there is that engagement, the key word engagement.
Yes, absolutely.
Gonzalo, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Olympic gold medalist. You've played in this wonderful league, yes?
Yeah, I played 3 times. It's awesome. I should say the crowd is really good. The Indians are really fancy with the hockey at the moment, and they can follow on TV every time at the same time, so I think it's easier for them than just to follow the sport.
Yeah, and what's it like to run out in front of crowds like that? Fireworks?
Yeah, I think it's awesome. We just have to take care about the field only because it's quite expensive, but now I think it's a good event just to be there, because you have the opportunity to play with international players that maybe you don't have the chance to play in your national teams. I had the chance to play with players that I was only watching on TV, like Jamie Dwyer, Toby Hauke, and probably when you are young, they are your idols, and you want to play one day with them.
How old are you?
24.
So you're 24, good-looking, and Olympic gold medalist. I hate you. What does the hockey revolution mean to you as a player? Because I hate you even more. You're right in the middle of it.
Well, for me, it's an honor to be part of this, because I think it's a really interesting program that can change the way of how we see the hockey in the world. We can make a big impact in the whole world with this program. we were really close with the FIH in teams meetings with, during the FIH events. This kind of meetings helps the teams and also the players to understand the goals of the FIH. So this is really important for all of us as players because we can see how the hockey is growing, not only in our country, if not in the whole country, in the whole world, sorry. But also, we have discussions with the teams where the FIH listen to the players through the athlete committee. So this means working together as a big company, we can keep growing with the hockey. But also we have the stuff we were talking about this morning, about the social media. The FIH is doing a really good work involving players because I think we can attract the attention of the young people around the world. And this is what we need at the moment. Just have more fans, more followers, and new hockey players around the world. And this is what we are looking for.
So you're an ambassador, right, for the FIH?
Yeah.
So you, every time you go training, you tweet or you send something Instagram, with the boy?
Yeah, we can do it now, maybe.
Yeah, you should do one now, yeah. So, and how many followers do you have?
35 on Twitter.
35,000?
Yeah,
35,000. I was going to say 35 was
that. It's nothing, yeah?
Yeah, it's like 35 was a bit disappointing, but 35, that's good.
Yeah, but it's not only on Twitter. We have Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and also YouTube. And in the last 2 years, since we launched the Hockey Revolution on the FIH, our social media has grown 90%, more than 90%. In one case, on Instagram has grown 120%. So this is a big number for all of us.
And you, is it just for you in South America or are you global? Do you get contacts, you get young kids getting in touch from all over the world?
Yeah, it's in all over the world. I had the chance to play in Europe now. So I have quite good followers in Germany, where I'm playing at the moment. But also it's just to make connections with other people through the social media. We can have these connections with Twitter, Snapchat, and Facebook, and they can look where we are training, where we are at the moment, what we are doing with our teammates of the national teams, but also they can be able to ask questions about our training, so how we reach the top performance for our countries.
So you're a good-looking, young Olympic champion, and you're traveling the world. I hate you even more. I mean, how is important social media for you to get the word out about the Hockey India League?
Absolutely. It's probably our biggest activity apart from broadcast. So we know that we're constantly throughout the year, even on our Hockey India League account, when we're not in the middle of the league, we use social media all the time. It's huge for us, yeah.
And you guys at the end, Gianni, you have an Olympic champion here spreading the word of the game of hockey. How important is it for you to see ambassadors like this?
It's very important to us that Argentina is the Olympic championship because it's part of PAF and one of the most important countries in hockey. The best of this is that we have a very good relation with Argentina between the two federations, and we are going to start working together. Because of this, we have been working together before, and now we are going to get it stronger. So it's going to be great.
And it is important that at the top is great because as it works its ways down, the sense of empowerment, engagement. I mean, you just worked with England hockey, and Great Britain are the women's Olympic champions, by the way. So that's great. You're working with the best.
Yeah, that's great. And dreams do come true, really, So it's good to dream, to get to the top. So for us, I mean, the success of Argentina and Great Britain is good for us because then we know that, look, if you work hard, you can get to the top as well. So very good news for us.
So I come to you, Jenny. How are you?
I'm very well, thank
Good. I think it was a bit of a shock to everybody after the 2012 games to hear that hockey wasn't in a great state and it had to change or be changed. How do you think we're getting on?
It's really pleasing to be here and just to have a look at the demonstration we've already had this morning in terms of you've got a very clear vision, a very clear plan, and it's linked with the Olympic movement's vision. And under our President Bach, when he arrived at the IOC, he was very, very frank about the issues that the whole Olympic movement are facing, and that we all need to, as an Olympic movement and as a family, embrace change together. And through Olympic Agenda 2020, he really put down some goals, which the FIH have taken on board. They've put them into their planning, but also now we can see in every area how they're being delivered. So we're very pleased. Sometimes it's hard to have the conversations, but we have them because it's important to see sport changing, meeting the needs of the world, and we're in a changing environment. And I'd say the IOC is also having to change. The IOC is working with international federations, with the expertise that we have in this room here, through Kelly and President Negro, in working together on how we all need to embrace change over the coming years as well.
Have you been impressed by the speed of change? I mean, I can't believe it's happened, this revolution's happened so quickly.
Yeah, 2 years. Look at what you've achieved. Amazing, but don't stop there. The world is the speed of, for everybody is, we just have to hang on and keep going. So my message would be, great work so far, keep going, keep working with the IOC. We've got great collaboration with the FIH, very close relationship, and let's work together to keep addressing the needs and getting sport to a younger audience. Looking at social media, it's one of the focuses for the IOC. We had in Rio a 75% increase in broadcast hours in Rio. We had 5 billion people watching the IOC social media feeds. So we've talked about the importance of engagement through television for the older generations, but also the younger generations through social media. And that's the way that we are still having to connect, and we are connecting with the younger audience, and we've got to keep that focus.
Good job. Keep it going. Did you hear the rest of it? You heard that, didn't you?
I certainly did.
Yeah? You make sure the FIH get that message, you'll do it okay?
Definitely. I think we're very pleased with what we achieved, and we've embracing the Agenda 2020 deeply. And just like on the last course we did in London, we moved forward with our Women in Coaching initiative. We had a third of our participants, whether they were depending on which continent, were women. And we are embracing this challenge of filling that gap because as that sign said, we are a 50-50 sport.
50-50 sport. And I'll give the last word, as got to an Olympic champion. You feel as if the sport's going in the right direction?
Yeah, I think I think we are going in a good direction, and anything we can do to make a more professional sport, bigger and stronger, we drive the hockey revolution.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a bit of a break now. We've got a coffee break. You've got exactly around half an hour for your coffee break, and a lie down and a rub down, whatever you do. But ladies and gentlemen, please give our panel a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. think we're almost there. A couple of photographs. Right. Up next, we've been really having a look back about what we've achieved so far in the revolution, but now we're beginning to turn our minds about the future. We're going to see where the revolution will take us. And we're going to start with the subject of brand. Now, unfortunately for some, you would have seen we would have cleared the tables. We'll find your notes. I promise you we'll find your notes. We've cleared the table, and we've got what I would sort of describe as a discussion panel, sort of pad in front of you. You've got a little round thing. Just have a look there. You've got various brands. There's another section for questions. This is where we need your interaction. We really need your brains working. We'll talk about the questions a little bit later on, but have a look at that little pad you've got in front of you. We do encourage discussion amongst the tables, so this is the part where we do really interact. Now, to help us all through this and to look at the subject of brand and to make sense of the whole subject of brand, we're delighted to have with us from one of the biggest brands in the world, Adidas, and one of hockey's most valued partners and the leading global sports brand, that is Adidas. And we welcome to the stage, please, Simon Cartwright. Welcome, Simon.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. And thank you for inviting me, and thank you for letting Adidas be part of your revolution. It's something that's very exciting, and it's the first time I've seen it this morning. We know it's exciting, but it's really taken it to a new level of understanding for me for what I've seen today, and it seems unstoppable to me. So when I got the brief for what you wanted me to do today, it said Marketing Brand Guru Brief. And before we start, I just want to point out that I'm not a Harvard Business School professor, and I'm not going to take you through hundreds and hundreds of strategic theories and Venn diagrams. What I can take you through, based on my 20-plus years working with brand and working in marketing, is just some observations and just I hate the word, but insights on what I think brand is, and to try and really get you thinking about how important brand can be. It's not just for companies, it's for sports, it's for organizations, and it can really make a difference. And that hopefully will start that thinking process. As Chris said, we've got a little bit of interaction here as well, which I'll introduce when we get to that. But just first a little bit of talking and give you an idea what I'm going to take you through. So first we're going to look at what the value of brand is. And I won't say too much, or else I'll spoil my slides for later on. What a brand actually is, what it means, brand as a personality of the organization, how you can build a brand and not be scared to build that brand from your consumers, because quite often a brand is what people perceive you as. So it helps really to engage them to understand how they think of you. And then living the brand values can actually drive your culture. And I'm going to give plenty of examples, and that last one particularly, the case study will be around Adidas. And we're, like yourselves, going through a period of revolution. We've really taken our brand, finessed it, and living the values a lot more. And we're having the kind of growth that you guys were highlighting this morning. So again, a lot of parallels and a lot coming from the brand part of that. So the value of a brand. So every year, Forbes magazine and Interbrand, they put a brand value to all the biggest companies in the world. And these are the top 10. Unfortunately, we don't make the top 10. We like Interbrand much better because we're higher ranked. So I just really want to hit you with how valuable a brand can be. And these numbers are absolutely massive. And the numbers down there say 154. That's not billion. That's not $1 million. That's $1 billion worth of brand value. And how you measure that, and how the studies do this, it's not their turnover. It's what their actual brand is worth. So to give you an idea, academic studies, they'll go around. Maybe they'll have a picture of a car. And they'll put different logos on the car. So they'll put a Toyota logo on it, Volkswagen logo, Ford logo, and they'll ask a panel of people how much they think that's worth. And somebody will say the Volkswagen, whatever that's worth, 10,000. The BMW might be worth 15,000. A Ferrari might be worth 100,000. On exactly the same car, the only difference is the badge. So just think if you can build a brand that when you stick it onto something, builds that extra value or has extra participants in a sport. That's something truly remarkable and something that's truly great. But it's not as easy as just doing a logo and sticking on there. That logo's got to stand for something. And that's what I want to try and get to now. So what is a brand? So I did the typical, let's look in a dictionary, this time an online dictionary because we're all digital nowadays. But what it definitely isn't is a set of words, brand statements, mission statements, writing, logos, trademarks. That's not what a brand is. A brand is emotional. It's what people feel about your brand and the feelings you want people to feel about your brand. It's the personality of your organization. And you want that personality to attract people. Sometimes on offsites, we talk about what would a brand be if they invited you to a party? What would their party be like? You want your brand to be something that everybody wants to invite to their party. Or you're doing something and your brand is so valuable that people want to be part of your party. And that's an emotional response. It's not written on paper. It's not completely encapsulated by just a logo or a shape. It's an emotional response that brands trigger. So just going right back to the history of brands. So they've been around a long time. There's actually a claim that some of the cave paintings in prehistoric days had little signatures for the artist on the edges of them. But I think they actually found that out. That was 14th century graffiti, and somebody had actually vandalized the cave paintings. But so going back as far as Middle Ages, stonemason's marks, when you're building a castle or a turret or something, the stonemason would leave his mark, and it was very much just a physical manifestation to differentiate from what you were doing from somebody else as a mark of quality. And then when brands really started taking off was we call the Victorian times in England, but at the end of the last century, where there was a lot of issues with food being adulterated, people getting poisoned. There wasn't really any health and safety or monitors, so people started putting a logo on as a mark of quality, a mark of assurance, and a mark of authenticity. So you can see on the dates there, brands have been around, and these dates are the longest lasting brands for continuous use. So these brands have already been existed for 100 years, and their values are pretty much still the same today. So what is a brand today? It started off very much as a physical mark, started off as an authenticator, started off as a quality assurance, and then now really a brand is a much more emotional experience. It's a representation of your organization. It's who you are and what differentiates you. So you still have that element where you want to show that you're different, but it's not so much in your physical, the way you do that now. It's you want to show how you're different in terms of personality, in values, to another organization, so that when somebody comes to choose, they pick what you have to offer. It's also about getting that perceived value. So in the car example I talked about earlier, there's no difference. I mean, quite often it's like a Skoda or a Volkswagen. They're made in the same factory. They have the same engines, and a lot of food you buy in supermarkets, they're made in the same factory with different labels on. But if your label has the association that it's got extra worth, extra value, you make that extra money. And going back to thinking that the brand is a way to generate extra premium on what you do, if you had a brand like Coke, for instance, so the number that I think for Coke was 58.6 billion their brand is worth. And that is the difference between if a generic Coke brand, so say Happy Coke, sold exactly the same volume of Coke that Coke do, Coke would make 58.6 billion more because that's the value of their brand. And people find it attractive and people get value to it. And people want to be part of their brand. They want to be seen holding a can of Coke because of the aspirational quality around it. I actually work a lot with Coke around some of the major events, but I know it's one on the sheet, so I don't want to share too much at this stage, but that'll come out in discussion. And again, brands get their value from how stakeholders perceive them. So it's not everything you do internally. You might think you've got the greatest brand, you've sat down, you've done all your work, you've come up with a fantastically logical solution, but if it doesn't resonate with the outside world, then you're not driving that perceived extra value. These 3 points I think are really good. And when I found the top one, a brand is a reason to choose. And then basically in every decision you make when you go shopping, what you put on, what you wear in the morning, when you go out, brand has played some role in that decision you've made. So if you want to look sporty, you pick a brand that looks sporty when you go out to the pub. So you might buy Adidas. If you want to look smart, you go to a brand that says smart. So you might go to Boss. If you want to look a bit quirky, you might go to a brand like Ted Baker. And those brands have a value that you associate with. So when you're in the store, you go, oh, I need something to look smart, Boss, front of mind. I need something to look sporty, Adidas, front of mind. And it helps you choose. And I think the same is very much in sport. When you're thinking about what sport you want to play, what values do you want to give off? And actually, it was not an example I thought of before, but I just thought of now. I used to head up tennis at Adidas as well as one of the categories I looked after. And it was a time when China, was probably about 10 years ago, so China was really expanding. So I was in the Chinese market, and tennis was really taking off, but they hardly got any tennis courts. But the perception of tennis and people that played tennis was they were really wealthy. In China, to join a golf club was too expensive, and if you were in a golf club, it was a bit bribery and corruption. But tennis was the top you could be in, the top most aspirational sport, and people would take tennis rackets to bars with them because it made them look rich and sexy for the girls. And that is an attractive brand value in a sport. So that's what you can achieve. My original example I thought of was rugby. A lot of guys like to be associated with the sport of rugby because it's very manly, very strong, and that might attract you to playing rugby. So what's the same for hockey? How can that make the difference? How can people be attracted to the sport by what you say to them and the emotions that you trigger within them? So brand, I think, is a sum total, as it says on here, of how people perceive a particular organization. And branding is the work that you guys do to mold that perception. And people can have different consumers have different reactions to the same thing. And I think on the next slide, I'll give you an example of that. And brand is the image people have of your organization. And it's like the emotional aftertaste. And again, an interesting example here. I was speaking to the Federation International de Volleyball 2 days ago. I don't often speak to them because hockey is obviously far better than volleyball. But I was just having a little chat with them, and I'm British, so we don't do volleyball in school. I have no understanding of volleyball whatsoever and where it comes from. And the guy, and so again, I don't follow it, even though it's one of my categories, it's not one of my favorite categories, and I let my guys do it. So I didn't really know what they stood for. And he goes, oh, we want to be the #1 family sport in the world. Originally I went, that's a bit dull, because we're in sport, we like excitement, we like speed, we like stuff like that, #1 family sport in the world. Oh, so tell me a little bit more about that. And he said, well, there's some sports out there, there's issues with safety. Rugby, American football, things like volleyball was nice and safe. The barriers to entry are really low. You need a ball, a piece of string between 2 posts. The skills are fairly straightforward, so it's very easy to play with mums and dads and kids. And it's starting to make sense to me now. And it made an emotional link with me because I'm quite old. My kids are quite old. And to play something, I want to spend more time with my kids because I travel a lot, so that's great. That would be great. I want to be healthy. It plays into that as well. And I want my kids to be safe. And their branding and their perception made an emotional connection with me. And he really thought, volleyball, I'd never even thought about volleyball before, but I was almost outside the office taking a volleyball home with me, dragging the kids off their iPads and saying, let's start playing volleyball. It's something we can all do together, and it's really straightforward. So it made an emotional connection that registered with a consumer or the participant or something like that. So just an example of how emotion is much more powerful than product or anything else. Actually, I think this... Okay, I think we might have missed a slide, but anyway. So I had a slide on here about Starbucks. And Starbucks obviously are a massive brand. And you might think they succeed by making fantastic coffee. And everybody's reaction to Starbucks is, we go to Starbucks because they make fantastic coffee, it's really great. But I don't drink coffee, don't drink tea either. There's a few people who don't drink coffee and tea. But I go to Starbucks as well. And it's nothing to do with coffee. It's about the emotional connection you feel with their stores and about being in their stores and being in their shops. For me, if I go to Starbucks, because somehow it feels, it's like bohemian. And I want to be kind of bohemian, the odd match of chairs, the mugs, the ambiance, the free Wi-Fi, obviously. That's always important in a business world. But it's just a cool place to meet. And that makes an emotional connection to me more than any coffee can. And if you measure... Again, I'm not a coffee guy, but if you measure that versus like a Costa, Starbucks win hands down. The emotional connection with a consumer And if the slide comes up later because it's accidentally out of order, then there's actually a picture of the people with their hands making a heart around a Starbucks cup. And people were doing that. It's not part of a Starbucks campaign. People were doing that because they wanted to share their emotional connection with the brand. So again, emotion's really, really strong. And emotions, it's something that in the sporting environment, we live on emotions. You saw the fantastic video of the Indian Hockey League there. The emotions of the fans, the emotion of the players. Whole sport can tell emotional stories and engage with consumers. And those emotional stories build into what your brand becomes. This is a good point, and again, don't be scared of listening to the people who play your sport. Don't be scared to listen to the stakeholders, the players, the athletes. These guys know. And this book, which is one of the books I have read, called Groundswell, your brand is whatever your customers say it is. With the best intention in the world, you can try and portray something, but if it's not authentic and people don't buy into it, it's not going to move the deal. So what better way to make a brand that resonates than listen to them? Listen to what they want, listen to the emotions they want, listen to the perception they want to get from your sport, your organization, your product, and they're engaged. If you listen to them, you take that on board, you build something in that image, you're automatically branding with your consumers, branding your stakeholders, getting more and more people excited about what you do, about your sport, or about your product in my case. So just an example of this as well, where really tying in with the consumers and the public can really make a difference. So unbelievably, Richard, the Kiwis don't win, the All Blacks don't win every single game. I know it's hard to believe, but there was a stage in the beginning of the 90s where the team, I think they actually lost 4 games in 1 year. So unbelievable lack of success for an All Blacks team. And the people in New Zealand really fell out of love with the team. It was in the build-up to the 2011 World Cup. And I started working with the All Blacks probably in 2009. So the first time we went there, the NZR, the New Zealand Rugby Union, were really clear about this. And what were we going to do about it? And they came up with a fantastic campaign. Well, again, it was a bit last minute because it was just before the World Cup, but the World Cup was in New Zealand, and they wanted to get the public back on board into the All Blacks brand, to support the team during the event, to commercialize it as well. And they did this great thing where they sent the players round to people's houses, and they filmed it, and they did digital, and the players went into people's houses. Hello, I'm Richie McCaw, I'm from the All Blacks, can we have a cup of tea? And they'd come in, and they'd make tea with the people. And the perception up until then was that they were starting to lose. They didn't care. They didn't honor the jersey. They weren't working hard enough. They were all making tons of money and didn't care anymore. But they re-engaged by going out to the public and showed people they cared. And it really got the nation behind the team and made a huge difference really, really quickly. So when we went down post-Rugby World Cup, they won, fantastic. And we sat with we're doing the post-Rugby World Cup meeting, and they presented their brand plan to us. And these are the key elements of their brand plan. So they got everything the people had told them. The players have forgot the jersey. We're going to talk about heritage. We're going to talk about what's come before. We're going to talk about legacy. Excellent success, yes, given we've just won the Rugby World Cup, so let's promote that. But we do that through commitment. Again, they listened. The feeling was players didn't care, players didn't try. So let's start talking commitment. Let's show the guys what we actually do. And identity, let's be the country. We are New Zealand's #1 import, and let's make that. And then you look at the bottom, so this was done by Bloomberg. When they won the Rugby World Cup in 2011, their brand value was 197 million. When they won the Rugby World Cup in 2015, it was 500 million. And that was by listening to their consumers, their stakeholders, and reflecting that in the way they shaping their own brand so it appealed to the people, and it hugely increased their value. So just one example. Aha! See if I had my thoughts about a few brands. Now it's over to you. So I think as Chris alluded to, and if you're in a small group or there's only a couple of you on your table and you want the brain power of a bigger group, please go and join another group. But I think what we want to do, in front of you, you've got a table mat with lots of different brands on there. They're all big names. A lot of them were on the list there. What we'd like you to do is write down what your emotional reactions are to those brands. So we'd like to have a discussion. Again, hopefully I've made you think about brands in in a slightly different way. It's not a trademark or a logo, it's emotional experience, it's a personality. So take a look, take some time, and take a look at that. And some of the things we do is, again, think of the personality, think what their party would be like, think what car they would drive, and just try and personalize it. So I think we'll give you at least 5 minutes, so sit around in your groups, and then those of you who want to share your ideas, there'll be microphones, and people will come round and discuss it with you. So discuss and what brand means and how they work with you. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Should we, yeah. 2 or 3 more minutes just to finalize your ideas. We've got some microphones floating around, so think about it just a little bit longer, and then your turn, hand over, and let us know what you think. And what they feel about them and why they feel about them. Who's going to be our first volunteer? Oh. We're going to pick a volunteer. Oh, we have a table over here. Brilliant. Let's start us off. So get a microphone over there, Simon. Just one job. Brilliant. So let's hear what your thoughts are.
So which one would you like us to answer first?
Sorry?
Which question would you like us to answer first?
No, I think about the emotions. What emotions do you feel about the brands?
The emotions, Google, great, lots of games, FIFA, Mafia. Apple is rich, but I wouldn't buy it. Adidas, exclamation mark, winner.
Yay!
Lego Kids, Coca-Cola Diet, fresh, Rio, in Spanish, wonderful memories, Zamba, and gold.
Oh, brilliant. That's really good. Round of applause, thank you. So, but the interesting things in there for me were for Apple, and you recognize a great brand, but you wouldn't buy it. Why was that? It's
rich, but there's no way they could buy it.
Okay, rich, but no way. So distribution, you're not available enough in the marketplace. And I love the FIFA comment as well, again, not because I'm just with the hockey guys, but I was talking to Chris earlier, and again, one of the points, what happens if your brand goes wrong? If it starts saying negative things, what happens? Cool, great, thank you very much. Some good input. And another table want to share some stuff? Oh, we have over here again, Simon. It's the talkative corner.
Hey guys, I'm Sean Hindi from the United States. We liked Coca-Cola. We talked about being happy, and for some of us, it's everywhere. They see it everywhere. Apple, we said it was unique, genius, innovative, and cool. Adidas, we didn't know much about Adidas. No, I'm kidding.
We're only in Europe and this side.
Our Japanese friends thought he knew Adidas more when he was a kid, but there's Nike now there. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word. FIFA, we didn't say mafia, but we said corrupt and scandals.
Not
Same
good
thing,
brand
yeah.
attributes.
Lego is more happy, fun, and kids. And then I think the Rio 2016 is supposed to be there too, and that's awesome and exciting.
Cool.
I just wanted, there's my mic up. I just wanted to take this opportunity just to remind everybody, just in case you're having serious negotiations with any potential sponsor, that this is being streamed.
worldwide.
Oops.
So if you are having a chat with Coca-Cola, just bear that in mind.
Thank you for your insight.
Just a gentle reminder. Good luck with Apple over there.
But organisation through sport, because it's mirroring the way they're thinking. But I think it's even more powerful if your organisation lives those values, mirrors those values, and does them in everything you do, because it's inauthentic. And I think what I'm going to take you through now is our Adidas brand values and how that's affected culture, and how that's taken us in the same revolutionary way that you guys are on with your hockey revolution. So we just talked about earlier, even 2 years ago, it was enough for me to grow my business 5 or 10%, which was not always easy, but we always managed, and bonuses were fine. But now we're looking for something much bigger, and that bigger deal has come from emotion and living our brand values and establishing our culture. And we've got that really clearly. So we have a belief that through sport we have the power to change lives. Not about making trainers, it's an idea, it's a philosophy. We have an obsession with the original sports brand. We want to help athletes make a difference. Again, it's talking about the athletes, talking about their performance, talking about doing things that are engage with them, and we obsess by doing that, and not just in their game, but in their lives and in their world. We still want to be the best, so that's our mission, but it's not best as defined by us, not best as defined by maximum sales. We are the best when people tell us we're the best. So again, you got great comments back from the IOC about how they noticed how great you were and how you're becoming one of the benchmark sports in the global sports movement. That's the type of fantastic comments you can get. That's when you really are onto something special, when people are telling you the best. And that's our goal, not measured by numbers, measured by consumers, participants, spectators, whatever. And it focuses the mind on what you need to do. And this has been like the real revelation of what we've got to. And again, it came out of the meetings with Google. We are creators, and this is the brand emotion that we want for people to feel about us, but we want to work on creating that as well. So we gave the FIFA examples. Their brand's out of control, it's gone bad, it's stagnant, it's horrible. But you've got to look after your brand, and the brand is about what people think of you, but you shape that in the work you do. And we want people to look at Adidas as the brand, the home for creators. And it's not the arrogant brand, it's not the show-off guy, it's not the guy that's got attitude and gets sent off. These guys are courageous, confident, creative. They shape their own reality, they take control, they do unexpected things. It's the guy that gets the ball. It's like a Lionel Messi, he gets the ball, something's going to happen. You're on the edge of the seat. So it's a really, really great space to be in, a really, really positive space, but it's an idea, it's not a product. And we've taken that into our culture as well, so that every day we're challenged to be creative. The fail fast type of idea that we have as well. So we'd rather try something to make 50% different, it doesn't work, than just edge along step by step, 5% by 5%. Because we're creators, we try new things, and you still get the recognition from doing the new thing, even if it doesn't work the first time. Move on, try the next new thing, and you get bigger and bigger. So I've got actually a video to this one as well, but we also think we've now got a unique point of view. And again, it's important that you offer something different to your competition so people have a reason to come to you. So we think Under Armour, just in case you didn't recognize the logo, that's quite small. They're all about body and effort and working really hard in a gym and wearing tight-fitting clothing. And Nike, we think, they've had a great space for a long time. They're about the mind, the potential, and releasing yourself, what you can achieve. And where we see we are now, with this creator branding, we're in the space of creativity. And that's even bigger. It unlocks the imagination, not just the mind. You can start to think about new spaces you can go into. So it's a huge, huge, huge idea that kind of frees us as a brand, and again, frees the people to express themselves. And in this world, this digital world we have now, there's so much, many more ways to do that. So it's worked phenomenal for us over the last couple of seasons. People are seeing us as a creator brand. People are seeing us doing things different. We're challenged internally, living the culture of the creator brand to do things different. They have to bring big ideas, not to be scared of big ideas and invest in them, and really take things forward. And I don't know your percentage. I saw some great examples this morning, but we've gone from high single-digit growth to, I don't think I'm allowed to say, just in case you all go and buy shares, but significantly higher than high single-figure growth anyway over the last 2 seasons, and got a brand momentum that you wouldn't believe. I'm not allowed to tell you, but buy shares, it's great. But we already know we're sorted for next year. So yeah, so it's now we're in a great space, and creativity is wonderful. And just to give you an idea, so again, if you're like me, you like seeing pictures instead of words, I've just got a little video that hopefully will work to... there should be a little video. There is a video.
Where does creativity come from? Creativity is a natural process. We are born curious. Curiosity fills our minds, and our imaginations grow. But imagination needs action to be seen in the world.
It's a big idea. It's our culture and our key brand value. So final slide from me. We're a brand. We live or die by building brand desire. And that helps us drive our top-line market share, gross market expansion. You know, the example, Coke and a non-brand sell the same. Coke make 58.6 billion more. There's value in brand. And we do that by open source, which is basically working with external partners who can help us bring this creative thing to life. Members of the public, agencies, creative people like Kanye. We work with Kanye West, Stella McCartney, people like that. We entrust our brand to them, and they help take our brand into that creative space. We want to be in key cities, because key cities are really important, and they're molds of opinion. And then do things fast. Bring great ideas, bring them out, try them. If it doesn't work, try another great idea, but do it fast. Keep things moving, keep it dynamic, like the speed of this meeting's been today. So I think I better stop now because I'm probably over time, judging by the 5-minute warning I got 10 minutes ago. So in the spirit of keeping dynamic, thank you very much. Thank you for the guys who contributed in the roundtable session. And I hope that's made you think of a brand in a slightly different way or a slightly more unusual kind of way. And it'll work for your sessions later on. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Great stuff. Okay, I'm sure that's got you all thinking, got you all discussing at your table. But what we really need to know now is, of course, how do people think about hockey? What do they think of it? Where does hockey sit in the world? What does it mean to people around the world? So I'm delighted to invite Raywin Top to take us through the next session, all about some serious global research that she and her organisation, The Thinking Studio, have done, carried out for FIH. The Thinking Studio have won a whole host of awards in marketing and research and have worked with some fantastic global brands such as Nestle and Sainsbury, and sporting brands such as Cal Barkley in the US, Relay World Sports, NBA and NASCAR. So, you've got a reputation.
We do.
Good. So we should respect you. And we should listen to you very, very carefully.
Very
Ladies
carefully.
and gentlemen, Raywin Top.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What I want to share with you today is some findings from hockey's global research study. It is the largest and most substantial study that hockey has ever undertaken. So the first question I guess you're going to say is, why did hockey undertake this study? What were we trying to achieve? And what were we trying to uncover? The first thing we really needed to know, who are our audiences? What are they like? How do they behave? How do they perceive hockey now? How do we compare with other sports? Do you know, we didn't really know that. Since commencing this study, we really wanted to understand what are the differences across these markets. Now, since I started getting involved with hockey, I've heard numerous people say, my market's different. It's not like that in my market. Well, today we're going to find out what those differences are. And thirdly, we really wanted to understand, what is it that actually unites hockey? What is it across all our markets and across the globe that is that sweet spot, that universal truth that applies no matter where you are in the world? We want to understand, regardless of the country, the market, what holds true globally, what is our universal truth on this planet. So, how do we conduct this study? It was a very substantial study. It was a broad exploratory study, what we sort of like to call a hockey state of the nation. It was designed to provide a base understanding of hockey, its perceptions globally, and identify these key cohesion points for us to develop a brand around. There were more than 85 countries that participated in this study, and there were more than 4,000 online interviews with our hockey audience. And these interviews were distributed through our FIH and National Association social media channels. In addition to this, we also completed more than 1,600 online interviews with general sports fans in 6 key markets in particular, which were Holland, India, Australia, Argentina, and South Africa. The findings we're going to present to you today represent findings from across all of our countries that participated in this survey. So why should you believe the findings, I guess you're going to say to me? The thing is, what I'm going to present to you today may not match exactly what you believe the perception of hockey is today. But in this particular case, perception is reality. There's no denying that there are differences across our markets. But the good news is there's also some universal truths that we can build a go-forward brand around. What I'm going to present to you first today is who we describe as our hockey audiences. And there are 3 of these. After this session, you're going to be presented with 3 sheets, which is a profile of each of these 3 hockey audiences. But for the purposes of now, I want to briefly take you through the key points around these groups. Our first audience is who we're defining as our hockey fanatics. And everyone in this room will be very familiar with who this person is. These people are pretty much 50-50 male-female. And they are young. So Jenny Mann was talking about the fact that IOC are trying to target young people. Well, let me tell you, our hockey fanatics, from the research that we conducted, they're younger than most team sports. Nearly 60% of them are under the age of 24 years of age. And these people are highly passionate. They absolutely love hockey. They love it. They love how fast it is. They love the moves. They love the team spirit, the fact that it is for everyone. It's a true body and mind immersion. These people also recognize there's some weaknesses with hockey. A big thing that comes out is the fact that there's a lack of TV coverage. Some of them believe that the cost of the equipment's a bit expensive. There's also this perception out there, and this is what they think is a weakness for the game, that there's been some constant rule changes which makes it hard for other people to perhaps understand the sport properly. What's interesting about these rule changes is that the players themselves think the rule changes have really improved the game. They love them. They've made it faster and more skillful. But they're wondering if they've made it more difficult for other people to watch the sport. They also perceive that perhaps the sport is perceived as a bit dangerous and there's a risk of injury. Because our fanatics are so young, social media is really important to this audience. The way they like to consume information is very social media driven. So you can see from this diagram, 78% of them use Facebook on a regular basis. They love YouTube, and interestingly, because this is such a young audience, they love Instagram. The one thing I want to talk about with this audience is the fact that they have this deep sense of belonging with hockey. It provides them with their teammates, and they just feel this sense of deep connection with the sport and everything around it. Next slide, please. So because I know all of you are familiar with this fanatic, I'm going to give you a bit of a test. In front of you, you have 3 cards: a pink card, a yellow card, and a blue card. I've got a question for you. How many days a week do you believe hockey fanatics actually play hockey? Who believes it's twice a week? I can see a yellow. Where are your cards? Cards up. Yellow cards. Lots of yellows over here. A few blues. No pinks. A couple of pinks. What's the answer, Catherine? 3 times a week. Can you see how fanatical this audience are? They are down at the hockey pitch 3 days a week. They love it. Another question for you. Do hockey fanatics see themselves as trendsetters? When you're down at the pitch, do you think these people are trendsetters? Do they see themselves this way? Who thinks yes? Yes? Yes, lots of yellow cards. Who thinks no? A few no's. Yes. Believe it or not, 1 in 4 of our fanatics see themselves as trendsetters. Sorry, 1 in 5. And in South Africa, 1 in 4. 25% of our fanatics see themselves as trendsetters. Now that was unexpected. The second audience I want to introduce you to are who we're calling our hockey enthusiasts. These people skew slightly older than our fanatics. You can see here that, we've got 43% of them are between the ages of 24 and 44. We still have a big group under the age of 24, 22%. They tend to be slightly more male. They're basically our hockey fanatics, and they've got a bit older. What they love about hockey, again, is the community around it. They love watching the awe of the game and the skill of the combination of speed and skill combined. It's awe-inspiring for this audience. They're still down at the hockey pitch a lot, maybe not quite as much as our fanatics, but this time they come as a parent, as a coach, as an administrator, and some of them still also play in our masters. They also see hockey as having similar weaknesses to our fanatics. You can see because they are slightly older, some of the ways they like to view hockey are slightly different from a social media perspective. They still like Facebook and they still like YouTube. Instagram's not so important for them. But interestingly, they really like to get information through Twitter. What I want to say about both of these audience groups, and what I really want you to pull from today, is these groups are in. They feel a connection, a deep sense of belonging. They love hockey. For them, the sport is fantastic. The community is fantastic. It gives them friends for life. And we're doing lots of things right. But I want to introduce you to our third audience. Or before I do that, though, let's ask some questions about these guys. What percentage of hockey enthusiasts do you still think play? Over 50%? Over 70? Well, mixed response on this one. What is the answer, Catherine? Over 70%. It's high. But what this tells us, at the moment, our fan base are our players. And I guess you'll say no surprises there. But if we only focus on talking to our players, it's very difficult for us to extend and spread the love and the word of hockey. Another question for you. Is it true that over 40% of our hockey enthusiasts have children who play hockey? Who agrees? Yes, we've all seen that. Is it true? Yes. We see generations of hockey people coming through. They love it. They want to pass that love on to their children. They want to watch their children play. They want to be there with their friends and talk about hockey and watch hockey and be involved in hockey every week. But what about our third audience? We've called these our general sports fans. And I want you to really listen about this audience because this audience is important. We have two audiences already. These are our player fans. But we also need to reach a spectator fan. And this is described as our general sports fan. Now, when we did the research, when we interviewed these general sports fans, these were people who were actively engaged in sport and watching it on a weekly basis. They follow it. They love sport. And so we were asking them, okay, how do you feel about hockey? What do you like? So I can tell you what this audience looks like. They are older than our fanatics. You can see here that there's, over 40% of them are 45 years or older. There's a big group of them between the ages of 24 and 44 years of age. But the big thing with this audience is how they like to consume sport, what they're looking for, what makes them like watching these games. So like our fanatics and our enthusiasts, they also agree, and what they like about hockey is the pace and skill of the game. They see our sport as physically demanding and involving a full team. And they love that. They really do. But they also have some perceptions about what's not so great about hockey. They see that it could be quite rough and dangerous. And for many of them, particularly those that aren't as familiar with the sport, they can see it as boring with too many stops and starts. They don't understand what's going on. They sort of see it as low profile. I don't know when it's on. And who plays? I don't know the names of these wonderful players. Who are they? I don't know their names. I can't talk about them with my friends. I don't know who they are. This audience, for them, sport is a social activity. They want to do it in a social environment, on public screens. They want to talk about their favourite players, the statistics of the sport. They want to get in. At the moment, they're on the out. Our fanatics and enthusiasts, they're in. They're in this group. It's inclusive. They feel a sense of belonging. But this general sports fan, how do they get in? At the moment, we make it very difficult for them to get in. For hockey to grow, we need to positively influence more than 60% of this audience, which is a big number. As you can see from this chart, around 40% of them at the moment are open to hockey if it's put in front of them. That's good news. Another third of them need to be convinced. Oh, I know about hockey. Yeah, it's okay. You haven't given me anything yet that makes me want to really sit down and watch it or get inspired by it or become a regular follower of it. But for a quarter of them, they outright reject the sport. They need something disruptive. they need something different to get them to take a second look at hockey. Another quiz. You're getting quite good at these. For the general sports fan around the world, what percentage of them named hockey as their favourite? Note the word favourite sport. Blue. We've got a room of blues, and you would be right. Now, the good news is that 15% of them were fans of the sport, but disappointingly, only 2% of them saw it as their favourite sport. When you contrast that with how in love our fanatics, our enthusiasts are with the game, you can see we've still got a bit of work to do in this revolution. If we make general sports fans more familiar with hockey, do you think they're going to like it more or less? More. And you're right. And do you know what? This is good news for us, because I've just presented a very disappointing chart, but this is good news. Over 60% of them say the more familiar they are with the game, the more they love it. So what that tells us is that if we can get hockey in front of them, packaged right, on a regular basis, when they know it's on, we give them stars, we give them stats, we give them things to talk about, they are going to love it. They've already told us that. And that is great news for us. I want to talk now about likability. Not just likability of our sport, but what grows likability for a sport? What is important to people when they think about sport? What makes them want to watch it more? And what's really interesting about this is how this changes depending on who the audience is. So our hockey fanatics, now remember, these are our players, these are our player fans. What they like the most about sport is the skill level, the adrenaline of the game, and the speed of the game. But what's interesting, as our audience move further away from being players and more spectators, what drives likability for a sport changes. Look how important the quality of the international competitions become. It's the second most important thing for our enthusiasts, and the third most important thing for our general sports fans. What about how important watching with friends and family is? For our general sports fan audience, the social currency side of sport, the ability to talk about it, interact with it with their friends, watch it on public screens, this is what they need. This is how they can engage with our game. At the moment, there's very few opportunities for them to do that. Interestingly, skill is universally accepted across all our audiences as driving likability. But what it tells us is how we've been positioning hockey so far is speaking to our current player fan base, and we need to start talking to our general sports fan base as well. What I'm putting in front of you now is what we like to call a mapping diagram. And what it does is it likes to map on a chart the perceptions of hockey against drivers of likability. So these are how people perceive the sport, and how those perceptions, how important are these in terms of driving likability? Now, our objective is to have as many of these things in the green box. We need to tick that big green box. So what do we own at the moment? We own skill, speed, and adrenaline. And that's great. Our perceptions are high around these things, and they're high drivers of likability. But there's some other things that are really important to driving likability, which look where they sit in the perceptions of hockey. Atmosphere at live events, international competitions, the ability to watch with friends and family, and the ease of understanding. So what that tells us is that hockey is perfectly positioned. They're kind of predisposed to loving this sport, but we've got to move into the green box. So we've already said there are differences around the world. And for those of you who are attending the clinics later today, we're going to go into these in a lot more detail. But I just wanted to quickly highlight some of those differences here today. Now, what we did with the 6 markets that we'd chosen, we wanted to make sure that we'd chosen a market in each across the whole 5 Continental Federations. But you can see there are differences. For example, Argentina is seen as more high adrenaline and inclusive, and it was the most family-focused market of all the markets. It was also seen as the most professional. England was seen as progressive, but it was also seen as a little bit elitist and as a second-tier sport. The Netherlands was seen as very social and very innovative, but there was definitely an exclusiveness in this market, an eliteness to the game. India, it wasn't a family game really at all. It was more about innovation, progressiveness, a passion, and a win focus. It was about national pride. In South Africa, it was about fun, progressiveness, but it was also the market that was seen as being the most boring by general sports fans. And then we've got Australia, which was more inclusive and family focused, but it was definitely seen as a second-tier sport, and it was seen as the most complicated to follow of all the markets. But there are 3 things that hockey owns across all audiences and across all markets. These are universal truths, and we know they drive likability as well. It is the skill, the speed and intensity of the game, the combination of these 2 things, and this deep sense of connection. Now, I know you might say to me, well, other sports have these things as well. But what Rich is going to demonstrate to you in his positioning work is that hockey owns these 3 areas more than any other team sport. So in summary, what I want you to get out of today is that hockey is strong in the individual, family, and team area. Our fans, our fanatics and our enthusiasts, our player fans, they love us. We're doing lots of things right. They feel a deep sense of connection, and they're not going anywhere. But where we need to improve is when we start moving into the wider community. We're missing bringing hockey to life. We're missing engendering passion in this wider community. And as we move out to the sports fan, we have low profile. There's a real lack of social currency. They have nothing to talk about. And they don't know who our players are. So the key things I want you to leave with today is that hockey is well positioned to move forward. We have a young and dynamic player-based audience. Our fanatics and our enthusiasts love us, and they're in. But we have another audience, our general sports fan, who we have to engage with, who currently are out. We need to give them ways to come in. Now, some of the strategies we're implementing are going to do that. We're introducing the Hockey Fives game, which is going to be disrupting and different. We're changing our event portfolio, international competitions. We're creating stars. Suddenly they'll know who these wonderful people are. We need to make them famous. And more, we're becoming broadcast on more and more channels around the world. We end up in the pubs, in the bars. You'll be able to go down and you will see hockey and people will love it. We need to grow more social currency. We need to make people feel differently about hockey if we're going to grow outside our player fan base. TV is very important, but it is not the only solution. We need to make the game more approachable. We need to better showcase what makes hockey special. It is magical. The way the ball can move at such pace and be delivered with such high skill, no other sport delivers that. Plus, The good news is our audience is young. They're young and they are dynamic and they are embracing social media. So these channels remain absolutely critical to us. But for the first time, we've really got a clear path. We know across all your markets here today, we know what it is that unites hockey globally, what it is that drives likability, and how we can position hockey as a brand. Skill, speed, and belonging is what hockey owns. And you'll see in the presentation that Richard Tattershaw is about to present to you now, is that we're going to find a way to position that and make everyone fall in love with hockey. Richard. Oh, Catherine's got it. He's got it.
I think so. Howdy. That's pretty cool, wasn't it? So to extend the conversation from the excellence, or those slightly slanderous stuff, Simon, with regards to the All Blacks, but I appreciate you just trying to be balanced, so I think that's good. And that terrific research work. What we're now going to do is take you through some of the work that we're doing around the branding of hockey. Now, I think it's really important that we just almost demystify the notion of branding. And I think Simon went a long way to discussing that. It's not a label on a piece of packaging. It's actually what we're about. What does it mean to be connected to something? It's, remember, and I think it was very well articulated, it's the idea of the emotional values that something has. So please, when we think about that. So following that brilliant and insightful research, we now know much more about hockey and what the market thinks about hockey. The market, the players, coaches, and general sports fans. The challenge now is to take that research and to create and communicate something that is special and unique about hockey, and that is something special and unique about hockey across the globe. Now, this is a wonderful project, because what it does, and hopefully for everybody here as well, it allows us to think deeply about the game that we care about. There's nothing better than spending time and thinking and understanding and trying to be as creative and interesting as we can about the game that we love. Well, the first thing actually, as part of sort of the brand work, is actually to create a clear separation between the FIH and hockey. Kids do not play FIH. Kids play hockey in the backyard. They grab a stick, they grab a ball, they go out the back, and they smash it against a fence. And that's fantastic. So within our work around branding, what we have to also do is establish the role of the FIH. The FIH's role is to be the international governing body, to be respected, to provide the governance, to provide the leadership, and to be almost an endorsement, a seal of quality on certain products and activities. But hockey is our hero. Hockey is our hero. And we want to capture the universal experience and truths around that game. So, why do we actually even spend time thinking about this? Why do we need a positioning? Why do we need a brand? Well, because on Tuesday nights in the middle of winter, 3 times a week, on Tuesday nights in the middle of winter, it can often be cold and wet and raining. Certainly where I come from, it can be. Because it takes an awful lot of patience when you have a group of 5-year-olds running around to convince them that that stick is not a lightsaber. Because we want our children and our grandchildren to play. But not just that, we want other people's children and grandchildren to play, and we get pleasure from that as well. Because essentially, hockey is love. It is top priority for hockey folks on what they love to do with their lives. And we want to share that love. But as described by Raywin, it's a secret. It's almost our own secret. Now, as we start to grow the hockey revolution, hockey gains more visibility, gains more momentum. The secret's out. And so as the secret comes out, we have to know and will benefit from knowing what we're going to communicate. How do we go about communicating the truths of our game that the research has done so well to discover? The building a brand, how do we build a brand? This is a relatively typical way, shortened down of course, how you would build a brand. We define our story, we magnify our message, and we speak with one voice. These are the mechanics of building pretty much any brand, but we may be the first sport to be trying to do it to define our sport, our activity. What a revolutionary idea that is, that we're going to try and do that. First, you must define your story. What is unique about the activity, about our sport? But also, what is the common thread? What's the through line? What's the narrative that holds hockey together across the world? And Raywin talked about that. Secondly, you must magnify your message. We must think big and do big things. We do not whisper it anymore. We must make it memorable and proud. We must make it big, bold, and loud. And then speak with one voice. When the hockey community, all of us, the millions of people around the world, start to say the same thing, start to talk, that will be powerful. When the people that are in start telling the people who are out about what we know, that will be very powerful. So we start doing that. And remember, a revolution is not a quiet activity. So let's make some noise. So how do we use it? I was thrilled with Simon's presentation. It worked quite smoothly, actually, so I'm glad you said the things that you did. It's how do we use the brand, and please think how Simon positioned it. You use your positioning, your ideas, and your value. If you get it right, you use it to judge all your activities against, all your innovations, all your initiatives. And the reason you do that, because if you've got it right, and the research has helped, it's the inherent truth that you're communicating. You may magnify the message, that's okay. But you're speaking the inherent truths. And you're discovered them and you're proposing them. Now, if we've discovered the inherent truths, therefore our activities and our considerations and our thoughts should be judged against those. Because that is what lives within here, within the hockey heart. Now, at a practical level, it will give us language. It will affect the visual way we present the game. It will inform the television production. It will inform Andy's television production. It will hopefully stimulate hockey lifestyle products. It will give you the language when you go and talk to local media, maybe when you go and talk to international media. And it will certainly give you language and a point of view when you go and talk to parents on the sideline. So that's where it lives. Following on from Raywin, where do we win? Well, to understand where we win, we have to look at our competitors. And this room is certainly full of competitive people, so I think you'll enjoy doing that. I still carry a few scars from trying to tackle Michael Green to understand how competitive hockey can be. So let's have a little look where we stand. This is a positioning map for the research that we did that charts the favorite words for sports fans for their sport, how they described their sport. So this is, if I'm a fan of cricket, this is how I described cricket. Comes from our research. So it's how fans of these sports see their sport. Now, clearly, this is not about market size. Football has more players. This assumes that the marketplace, the market size is equal, so it is all relative. So what we see here, so the question was, what are the words that best describe your sport? Now, you'll see here, which I think is interesting, is that volleyball, and Simon referenced volleyball, which is also smooth of us in our presentations. Volleyball in the research, volleyball folks identify that it is a fun and social activity, insofar as it presents that to them more than other sports to the other fans of those other sports. That's what they see. Probably follows in interestingly on that family focus thing they talked about. Rugby fans, rugby people identify their sport as being more high adrenaline than fans of other sports identify high adrenaline as a trait of their sport. Football, not surprisingly, seen as the greatest outlier of professional. And cricket, quite interestingly, is seen by cricket fans as capturing the glamorous market. Raywin talked about disruption. How disrupting has 2020 cricket been? Almost off the chart seismic for that sport. So let's add hockey to the map. It's the work that, the visualization of the work that Raywin talked about. This is what hockey people identify about hockey. So you see, we have a greater level of identification around skill and speed, and that crosses also into that high energy space. So we're the filled in color. This is what the market is telling us. So you can see our weaknesses, and you can also see, which is as Raywin presented, that our fans, our players, get a greater sense of belonging. They identify belonging as being a stronger attribute for hockey than other sports and people who are involved in other sports. So how does that feel? I imagine it probably feels pretty good. Raywin talked about it. It feels good because the market's told us. It feels good to me. So when I take commercial guests to the Champions Trophy in London, they're on the edge of their seat because they often turn up with no appreciation of hockey or an old appreciation of hockey. And let's be very clear that our revolution involves the game, the spectacular game now, and the attitudes of the game now. And our brand positioning is a key part of that. The people I take as guests are on the edge of their seat. They cannot believe the speed and skill. How can this not be more popular? How can it not be more popular? And I'm sure you've all had that same experience. And belonging, as we have identified it, is very powerful. And we see it as more than a family sport. We see the idea of belonging within hockey as a deeper idea. A big heart, a respectful place where boys, girls, men, women, young and old, newcomers, and families where the hockey stick is handed down from generation to generation, are welcomed and respected. That is how we see the sense of belonging, how it comes through. So having discovered all of that, the research, how do we now go and externalize that? How do we take the brand? There's no point having a brand and just keeping it in the cupboard, an activity. We really don't want to have people who are in and people who are out and a hard line down the middle. So our challenge is, and this is the first step on that project for FIH, and there's much more to come and much more to be revealed in the work that we're doing. But how do we create that brand position, and how do we then communicate it with one voice? Well, at our heart, in the heart of hockey, is something that is unique, powerful, and important. It is something that sits at the heart of our game, but not only that, is a key benefit that we offer to the world in general. Now, all of you here believe that the world is better with sport in it because of the values it teaches. This is our gender equality story liberated. It sets it free from the inherent earnestness that can weigh it down. Now, other sports are wrestling with their gender equality story. Hockey is post-gender equality. We are gender amazing. We are gender amazing. So how do I use that? Well, try it. Start trying it. When someone asks you, so Richard, tell me about hockey. Well, in hockey, women and men are equally amazing. And that's how we start the conversation going. What delight do we bring? What is the delight that young people, teenagers, masters love within hockey? What's the delight that everybody here loves within hockey? Why do you care so much that you want to pass on that delight to somebody else and you know they will like it? No, I'll find it delightful. Well, it's the speed and skill. The game is, the speed is real, but it's almost an illusion how fast it goes. You see it, bam, blink, it's gone, it's somewhere else. The almost infinite creativity. A game on the ground, a game in the air, a game with multiple players, a game that is 360, a game that has freed itself from being stop-start and has become stick-ball-run. And the pleasure of the mastery, like a lot of games, the pleasure of the mastery when it's succeeded, that pleasure is almost indescribable. And then why couldn't I do it the next time? How could that player do it? The delight we bring is...
It's a kind of magic.
Delight is non-stop magic. That is how we are capturing the notion of skill and speed going together. Some of you may have noticed the 40.6 seconds at the end of that video. New Zealand was winning the quarterfinal at the Rio Olympics with 40.6 seconds to go, and we didn't even make a shootout. Calm down, Delph. All right, calm down. Okay, because there's non-stop magic in the game. Non-stop magic. Hockey has become a magic combination of impossible to believe skill at the blink of an eye. We play on supernatural blue turfs. Our players are creators. They have wands in their hands, lightning in their feet, and they do magic things. It doesn't seem real. Now, and these words This is very important. The language we're using here is not marketing flim-flammery. It's not a guy wearing a cheap jacket with an easy smile. It's not that. These words come directly from our research. When we worked with our research, our fans, the people who love the game, who get an enormous delight from the game, describe the experience non-stop, almost magical. It's a magical experience. So try it. Richard, what's hockey like? Well, do you know, hockey is a game of non-stop magic that liberates us and gives us something to really position our sport around. Oh. And finally, an infinite promise. The final core idea is an infinite one that we will present today. And it's drawn on the research. The skills, the fun, the fitness, the players, the friendships, the belief. Hockey is a game of no limits. Hockey is limitless. Try it. Dad, what's hockey like? Son, hockey's limitless. Just like you. That's hockey.
Wow. I think we ought to have a bit of a lunch break and a brain rest, yeah? Got a lot of information to take in there. We're going to return this afternoon. We're going to change subject once again. We're moving from the importance of developing a unique brand for hockey to revealing and explaining the new event portfolio. So please go and enjoy your lunch. It would be great if you could be back in your seat, sitting there looking handsome and beautiful as you are right now at 1:55 to 2. At 13:55. We're hoping to be underway at 2 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much for all your attention. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Just finish off a few of your conversations. Make your way to your tables. I know there's millions of pounds to be done, dodge deals for the governing bodies. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Nice bit of sunshine, good conversation. We return this afternoon and we are changing the subject. We are looking at the strength of the hockey revolution, the 5 major initiatives, how it's engaging and how it's empowering. We've got into the whole area of developing a brand that'll attract more fans to the sport. Now we're moving on to the events themselves. The events, of course, have to be strong, they have to be dynamic, they have to be exciting. So to take us through the new events portfolio, please welcome to the stage Sarah Massey. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks, Chris. 2 years ago, we made a promise to devise a new, entertaining event portfolio. In fact, I recently had a look at exactly what we did say in Marrakesh 2 years ago, and I found one key sentence that summarized what we wanted to do. We need better and more entertaining events, maybe different competitions and leagues, and we need a more coherent calendar of events spread throughout the year and in different parts of the world. With that in mind, we also promised from the start to be thorough. We would start with a blank sheet of paper. We would consider all of the options and ideas that were put to us. And we would only put into the portfolio those events that met our objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, those 2 years have been quite a journey, going from our blank piece of paper to being able to reveal today our new event portfolio. We believe that this portfolio, to be in place from 2019 onwards, is probably the most revolutionary part of our hockey revolution. We believe that it sits at the heart of everything we do and everything that's already been discussed today. It represents the most exciting and biggest change, the way that we will deliver hockey to fans around the world. And as many of you know, it was not the work of 1 or 2 individuals. And I want to acknowledge and thank right from the outset all those people from around the world that were involved in bringing this initiative to life and making it a reality. And you'll hear from many of them as we go along today. But I want to start off by reminding us why we wanted to change what we've got at the moment. We want to grow and inspire. And to do that, we need to raise the profile of our sport and consider everything we do from a fan's perspective. Because before the launch of the hockey revolution, we knew that doing nothing would lead to a long and slow decline of our sport. We were going to become irrelevant and invisible to our fans, our athletes, our potential athletes, our sponsors, and the list goes on. But actually, why did we think this? We heard earlier that our fans and our enthusiasts love hockey. They think it's brilliant. So some of you may be saying, well, why? Why did we need to do it? And actually, it was because everybody was telling us that we needed to. You heard from Kelly this morning about the challenges that we faced following the London 2012 Games and some of the comments there. But actually, the difficult feedback wasn't just confined to them. The research that Raywin took us through also highlighted a few things that they said we could improve on. Our fans want to watch hockey consistently and regularly on television. But they can't because it's simply not there. They want to form bonds and loyalties with individual stars and teams. But we make it really, really hard for them because we don't have it out there. We don't give them that profile. What they actually really want is lots more international competitions. They want to see their own national team playing in the countries that they live in. So we know that many of our events today have no particular meaning or purpose for local fans. And in short, the message that you've heard already today, they're simply not fan-focused. So following the board meeting in Marrakesh, we were given a mandate by the executive board to set up a working group who would come up with the recommendations and present back to them. The working group was made up of a number of different stakeholders, and we tried to make sure that we were representing all of the continents and all of the different groups. And I'd just like to take a minute to say who was on that working group and who's really put the hours in to make sure that we've come up with something we believe is absolutely right. We had 3 CEOs, Sally Munday, Cam Vale and Eric Gerritsen. We had 3 members of our Continental Federations, Julio Neves, Taya Bikram and Angus Kirkland. We had Marsha Cox, who was representing the athletes, and we had Chaitanya Divan from STAR, our media partner. And Ken Reid, chairman of the competitions committee, was the chair of that group. So I'd like to thank them for all of the work that they've done. From the very outset, we had 3 big and ambitious objectives. We wanted a massive change in TV and media coverage. We wanted to deliver events that are consistently big, bold, packed, and loud. And as a result of these 2, we believe this will transform hockey's financial position so that we can truly be a sport in the future that can top-down fund. We want our sport to be a career for athletes, to employ a greater number of professional staff in our national associations and continental federations, and amongst our umpires and our officials. We want to be offering serious prize money for our events. So we had our objectives, we had our working group, we had our blank sheet of paper, and we were ready to start the journey. I want to first explain the principles we agreed together as a working group, and then have a look at the consultation process we went through. We needed a set of principles to make sure that we were making the right decisions and we were keeping on track. And we also agreed that all of the events needed to meet not just one, but all of the principles. So let's have a look at them. We want standout events that create drama and cut through the noise that Richard said we needed to make. We need events that are really noticed. We need it needs to be simple and meaningful. Clear stakes, what does winning mean? We need a predictable and regular calendar so that fans can plan ahead and create new habits. We all know there's certain events, we know exactly when they're taking place. Every year, we know when to tune in and get excited about watching them. We don't have that. We need more opportunities to see, so fans can build allegiances to their own teams and their own players. We don't have that opportunity to see. We have our events and we have our spike in interest, and then hockey goes away for 6 months until it reappears when we have another event. And we really need to focus on rivalries, that intense rivalry that we've got between nations of a similar level. And now looking at our consultation process. If you just look at the numbers on the slide, I think it's fair to say that never in the history of hockey have we consulted so thoroughly with so many people from so many different stakeholder groups, in different backgrounds and different countries. We launched a feasibility study. we employed Deloitte to provide us with some sound financial modelling to answer the question, does this add up from a financial point of view? After 16 months of work, I don't think the working group knew that that's how long they would be living and breathing this project. They found a new concept that was a clear winner, because it had the potential to deliver so many benefits for the sport. So let's get on to revealing the new event portfolio, and we'll do it in stages. The portfolio that was unanimously endorsed by the Executive Board earlier this year. I'll start with the World Cup. We don't know where this will be in 2022, but we do know that it will be continued to be held every 4 years. We know that this is the most prestigious prize in hockey, right up there with winning a gold medal at the Olympics. But the difference is this is our tournament and we own it. It provides some of the toughest, most skillful and memorable hockey imaginable. We remember the spectacle of The Hague in 2014. It set us a new benchmark. We're looking forward with great excitement to the World Cups in England and India in 2018. So essentially, the World Cup doesn't change its purpose or its place in our calendar. But as Richard said, what we need to do is make sure that it has a very, very clear position. This, with all our events, needs to have a clear positioning. It must have a unique role and purpose and be strongly distinctive. Then we have to make sure that everything we produce around it and everything that we do around the globe consistently talks to this message. It's all about the power of brand that Simon talked about. So we looked at the characteristics of our World Cup. It's sporting excellence. It's country versus country in a knockout. Who's going to be the one winner? We wanted to find a word that encapsulates the spirit and the ambition of this event. A word that can drive a campaign. And that word is glory. It's the glory that comes from moments of extraordinary magic that Richard mentioned, where athletes become stars and stars become legends. So whilst we have the positioning of the World Cup in mind, let's jump to the second event in the portfolio, and I'll reintroduce you to the World League. The World Cup, the World League, there'll be two separate brands, two distinct events, but very clearly part of the same family. These are what we call our world event products, very much rooted in the sport. And just as we did for the World Cup, the word that encapsulates the spirit and ambition of the World League is all about fairy tale. The fairy tale of the incredible journey. The fairy tale that happens when dreams come true. And to talk us through how the World League will work, I'm going to hand over to David.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, from the moment it started in 2012, the World League proved itself to be an instant hit, a major success story. It's a great competition, giving us drama, passion, and inspiration, delivered with intensity, speed, and skill. This is where new talent is discovered and unleashed on the world. This is where teams from all over the globe take it to the limit and beyond, providing their fans with the chance to see their team make it to the World Cup or the Olympic Games. Indeed, this is where most of our hockey is played. In fact, the rounds 1 and 2 of the World League have already contributed significantly to the growing strength of our sport in the last few years. This third edition of the World League saw 75 teams enter, an increase of 20% on the first edition in 2012. Where 322 players made their debut, there were 1,223 goals scored, where the youngest player was 13 years old, where the average age of the Cambodian women's team was just 18 years, where the average age of the Ecuadorian men's team was just 19 years. Truly an inspiration for the next generation. All of this tells us that the World League must continue to perform its role as a cornerstone of our new event portfolio. Even the smallest hockey-playing nations must continue to have an opportunity to write their own chapter in the history books. So it will still take place every 2 years, but from 2019 onwards, it will be just over 2 rounds. All teams will continue to have the chance to qualify for the Olympic Games and the World Cup, and we'll cover this in more detail later. Round 1 will be played regionally, as it is today, with a number of teams in each event depending upon the number of entries. Round 2 will consist of 3 events made up of 8 teams. 9 teams will be seeded into the 3 events, with 3 seeds in each event. The remaining teams are those qualified out of round 1. And now, to introduce the next piece of the jigsaw, the third competition in the new event portfolio, I'll hand back to Sarah.
Thank you. So now we can introduce the new showcase event into our portfolio. This will replace the Champions Trophy and the World League semi-finals and finals. So what's this all about? What we need to do with this event is send that message to millions of general sports fans that we met before lunch to say, you must look again at hockey. Remember, 60% of them needed a new reason to do so. So here we give you an event that says hockey is not what you think. It's different. It'll look different. It will feel different. This is a commercial entertainment product, and it will leverage one of the most important and valuable assets which we have. And our word, which encapsulates the power of this event, is home. And this is because hockey is best at home. So hockey's coming home in 2019, where the teams that you care about, your home team, will be playing at home. This isn't tournament hockey anymore, where we have lots of matches played in a nation where there's two nations that are not the home team. People don't want to go and watch. It doesn't interest them. We have empty stadiums. This is about playing a match at home against an opposition and a match away. And we believe this is one of the first global leagues to play home and away for a team sport. We don't yet have a name or a visual identity for this event, but that's coming very soon at the beginning of next year. This is a hugely significant and exciting step to take, and a brave one. It means we can hold far more home matches than ever before. It's like taking our most valuable asset and increasing it overnight from what we have at the moment by 330%. But why is this so important? This will generate more big, bold, packed and loud events. It's what fans want. Athletes want to play in a big home crowd. And it's what we want. Home fixtures give us the opportunity to drive loyalty, develop allegiances, and we'll have more of those meaningful matches we were talking about. So, let's see how this league's going to work. Each team will play each other at home and away. If there are 7 teams, that's 6 teams at home, 6 matches at home and 6 matches away. If we had a 9-team league, it'd be 8 matches at home and 8 matches away. And this happens annually. So every single year, we will see these teams playing each other at home and away. So if we had 7-team league, we would end up with 84 home matches, 42 for men and 42 for women. And the format for the men's and the women's league will be exactly the same. The nations, of course, might not be the same, but the format will. Because, as we know, women and men are equally amazing. The teams will remain in the league for 4 years. This is vital for the teams that are in to build up investment from sponsors, partners, and to be able to build facilities. It's powerful to be able to go and talk to funders to say, we will have home matches every week and every month for a long period of time that you can invest in. Of course, we don't want to alienate people. We'll be looking to increase the number of the teams in the league as we go along. We want teams and national associations to aspire to get into the league. So where are the matches going to happen? I mean, at the moment, we don't know who's going to be playing. But we've split our world into 2 hemispheres. And we'll follow the sun. So in the first half of the year, February, March, April time, we'll play in the southern hemisphere. And that's when all those matches will take place. We'll then follow the sun to the northern hemisphere when it gets a bit warmer, in April, May, June time. And that's when we'll play our matches in the northern hemisphere. So how will we schedule them? Important always for us. How will we schedule them so that they're best for everybody, that we can ensure great crowds, and we have that hockey available for those general fans to watch? It needs to be optimized for broadcasters. Other events don't jump around the calendar, they're fixed. They will tell us the best times of the day and the best days to get the maximum number of viewers that Andy talked about earlier. And they'll know how to keep the fans engaged for longer every time they see hockey. We need to make sure it's optimized for crowds. We want people there. Our national associations will tell us which days, which times, and which days of the week are best. We need to make sure we're looking after our athletes, the time away from home and recovery from long-haul flights. But we know that, in fact, when we look at the amount of travel they do already for our events and the friendly internationals, for some teams, what they'll do in the home and away is not that different. And we need to make sure it's consistent year on year so people know when to tune in, watch, enjoy, and see their stars playing. So now you know a little bit about the league. Let's go back and see if it matches up against the principles that we set. We believe it does. As of today, we don't know whether the league will be 7, 8, or 9 teams, or more. And we don't know who those teams will be. But we do know that we've defined some criteria for participation in the league. And we have to remember that the success of this league to achieve and maintain the highest standards that we strive for has to be right from the outset. It has to be right when we launch it with the first game in 2019. So we'll be looking at past track records and future potential across all of our national associations. It's not based solely on world ranking, although that's important. More importantly, are the teams in the league can generate lots of TV and media coverage, can deliver the most amazing events, and that they can be financially viable and committed for 4 years. And very soon you'll hear more about the process and the application process the national associations will be able to go into to enter into the league. And finally, for maximum excitement, we plan to introduce a grand final, during which we will crown the ultimate winner of the league. It will take place close to the end of the last match that's played, and it will involve the top 4 teams, both men's and women's, playing in a standalone tournament at a predetermined location. And one final word before I hand back to David. For all those national associations not playing in this league, we believe that the league is the key to the success and the strength of hockey at all levels. With this home and away at its core, there'll be a ripple effect for the popularity of hockey to all our other events, whether that be domestic leagues, the World League, continental events, and other FIH events. The success that we create in the middle of that will have a ripple effect and a positive knock-on for all our events. It'll also help strengthen our World Cup. We will have had so many national associations used to hosting. They'll all be wanting to bid for the 2022 World Cup. And as we've pointed out many times before, with bigger and better events comes greater TV potential. With greater TV potential comes more realistic sponsorship and commercial interest. And this will drive the revenues so that we can distribute back to the sport. And now I'll hand back to David.
Thanks again, Sarah. Now, in a moment, I'm going to talk through how Olympic qualification will work and show us what the new calendar will look like. But first, I want to invite a few colleagues who are here and who each played a vital role on our working group developing everything that we've shared with you to give you their views. So first, I would like to ask Cam Vale, the Chief Executive of Hockey Australia and member of the Event Portfolio Working Group, to give his opinion on what he's just heard. Over to you, Cam.
I think we're on. Really briefly from me, the key words that I'd like to reiterate about this league is the decentralised home model is just critical for the growth of the sport. Countries need to be playing at home, engaging at all possible levels. The second point is the consistency. We need consistency in our product and how we deliver it across the world. Fans need to know when it's on every year, how to follow it, and how to be more engaged with what we do. The third point is the broadcast point. Broadcast is critical to what we're about to achieve, not just for the countries in this global league, this home and away league, but for all of those that aspire to be in it. And probably one of the most telling points for me is the fans. The fact that we now have a product like all other team sports that we can really engage a fan base in, grow a fan base, have others aspire to be part of this league so they can grow their fan base. And in concluding, for me, this league should be about growth for the whole sport, not just the countries that are in it. Yes, they'll be the ones that will be leading the way in the first 4 years, but growth of the sport is critical across the board. And for this league to be successful, that growth should be reflected in the next tier of countries and then the next tier after that, and that this will be the catalyst for that step change that the sport needs to aspire to be more professional. Thanks, David.
Great, thank you, Cam. And now over to Annie Panther, the chair of the FIH Athletes Committee. Annie's in the middle, Hilary. Annie, what do you think?
Thanks, David. I very clearly remember the first time I heard about the new event portfolio. It was the first time I'd been in Lausanne, in the FIH offices, with the Athletes Committee. And Sarah came in and presented this idea to us. And I also very clearly remember the emotions I felt at the time. The first one was excitement, and the second one was disappointment, that on a personal level, I wouldn't still be playing to be a part of this. And the reason why I felt those emotions were because of the memories I had from my own playing career. Playing in front of a home crowd, both in my own country, and playing in front of a home crowd abroad in an opposition's country. In particular for me, Argentina was a very special place to go and play. The crowds were amazing. They didn't stop cheering, chanting for the entire game. Whenever Argentina got over your halfway line, there was so much noise. Whenever we got anywhere near their circle, which in those days wasn't always that often, they whistled. So although they weren't on my team's side, it was still an incredible atmosphere to go and play in. And then at the end of my career, I was fortunate enough to play in a home Olympic Games. And that was amazing. As a player, that was amazing. But more importantly, since then, I've seen what it's done to hockey in my country. I've seen what it's done for the sport, how it's raised the profile, what it's done for the athletes in the teams, and what it means now when an event is hosted in the UK. What it means for the stands being full, what it also means with engagement with fans. I now have people who have no contact with hockey at all asking me when we're hosting events, how can they get tickets? And when I take people along who don't have a connection to hockey, I also have a confidence that they're going to go and enjoy it, and it's going to be a spectacle, and it's going to be an event, and they're going to come back saying positive things about it. And that has been massive for hockey in the UK. And I feel very strongly that this new home and away league will do the same for hockey in other countries. My plea to everyone today would be to put the athletes front and center in this. Kelly talked about it this morning, and the athletes are the actors in our play, and there is no play without actors. when we first engaged with the wider athlete community, it was back in March this year. And the overriding feedback was similar to the emotions I felt. It was excitement. It was that this is the right direction for our game to be heading in. There were also a load of questions, which is only a good thing. We are really fortunate that we have athletes, as was made evident by Gonzalo earlier, who are intelligent and who truly care about our sport and the future of our sport. And that is a commodity that we need to use. So what I would ask is that everybody from the FIH Athletes Committee, the Continental Federations, the national associations, we go away from here, we engage, we include, we inform our athletes of this, because this is an amazing idea. And what will really change it from an amazing idea to something which changes our game for the better is the athletes who will play in it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Annie. And finally, to Chaitanya Divan, the Senior Vice President of Star Sports, the FIH's official media partner. Chaitanya, if we can get the microphone to you, just to give us a little bit of a different perspective from a broadcaster's point of view. What's your opinion of the plans that you've just heard presented?
I think the new event portfolio is very, very exciting. It builds on extremely simple but intuitive ideas. For example, the home match concept. It's a no-brainer for hockey to have matches in stadiums packed with 10,000 fans supporting their home team. These simple intuitive ideas from a broadcaster's point of view help us build help us showcase competitive matches. They help us build a story, a narrative over a longer period of time. They help us build a viewing habit. And ultimately, if it works for fans, it works for every stakeholder in this room as well. I think this portfolio is a step change in the right direction. Thank you.
Many thanks, Chaitanya. And many thanks to Cam, Annie, and Chaitanya for giving us their insights from very, very different perspectives. And all those perspectives are equally valid and important. We'll be taking your questions later this afternoon, but let me finish our story by explaining how Olympic qualification will work. Our aim is to balance the requirements of the IOC with our new event portfolio. Our process must include the principles of universality and global spread. Each national association has to have 2 routes to qualify. It needs to be as easy to understand as possible. Wherever we can, we'll use our own Continental Federation events rather than adding more events to the schedule. And of course, we want the best teams to get through. In summary, it looks something like this. So who qualifies? The host is Japan. The 5 winners of the Continental Championships, and the last 6 come from an Olympic qualification event. So let me emphasize, the host, the 5 Continental winners, and 6 from a qualification event. Easy to understand. The Olympic qualification event itself will have 12 teams. The top 4 from the home and away league will qualify, as will the winners and runners-up of the World League Round 2. The remainder will be made up from world ranking. If, for example, a team in the top 4 of the home and away league wins their Continental Championship, then their spot in the qualifier goes to the next ranked team. If the winner or runner-up of a World League 2 event wins their Continental Championship, then their spot in the qualifier will go to the next ranked team. That's how the qualification event will work. We've talked about the World Cup, the World League, the home and away league, and Olympic qualification. We started with the famous blank sheet of paper, but from 2019, we'll have a calendar that looks something like this. The calendar shows the World League Round 1 starting in just 18 months' time, in 2018. The Home and Away League running from the end of January to the middle of June, each and every year. World League Round 2 will run concurrently with the Home and Away League. And the Continental Federation Championships will have a clearly defined block where possible. So we've covered a lot of ground with you this afternoon. And while I know that some people here are very familiar with this, there are many of you who are hearing about this big and revolutionary step for the very first time. And I know there's a lot of information to absorb here. And while we've talked about what it will take to get into the Home and Away League and what we're looking for in terms of hosting these events, we haven't yet explained how we intend to run a similar bidding process for national associations who want to be part of the portfolio and host one of our events. So rather than get into that level of detail now, we'll be holding a workshop first thing tomorrow. Apologies for the early start, but first thing tomorrow before we continue our Congress program, specifically to discuss the bidding and hosting process with you. Chris will give us details of where and when at the end of this afternoon, so please come along and we look forward to seeing as many of you there as possible. But for everyone, in just a few minutes, there'll be an opportunity to discuss everything you've heard today. With your colleagues at your table, talk to them, discuss with them, come up with questions. So let me leave you with a couple of thoughts. Revolutions are all about change. And we wanted to approach our event portfolio with a no-limits thinking. We needed to provide a reason for people to come and take another look at our incredible sport. We've developed an exciting plan that provides limitless potential for that to happen. Potential to hold incredible events. Events that have drama and passion, that fans, players, and commercial partners will love and want to be a part of, that are played regularly and consistently, providing limitless possibilities for fans to fall in love with their home teams as we build the profile of the stars and the sport. This is the direction we have to move in if we want to have a sport that delivers drama and excitement of the highest order. This is how we drive big, bold, packed, and loud, where the crowd and the atmosphere they create is as important and as breathtaking as the game itself. Imagine for a second that you're not in this terrific venue in Dubai, but instead you're at home, going with your friends and family to see your hockey team in a massively important must-win game in your local stadium. We have one more film for you, and while you're watching, keep on imagining. Imagine what it would be like if this was us all the time. Because every team and every sport has to start somewhere. With our new event portfolio, this could be us. This is our start. Because if they can, we can. Thank you.